You found my name in the rain on the porch. I kept it small like a pin in a glove. Your shadow leaned on the apple crate step, and the clock in the hall would not answer us. Stay a little while, stay a little near. Your breath on my cheek like a borrowed fear. Dance me slow, paper moonlace. Hold my hand in a stranger place. Hold my hand, sweet and still we could disappear. Dance me slow and leave me here. Your collar was white, but your eyes were bold. Like a key in a jar with a secret hold. I heard the boards count softly our feet, and the room grew thin as a candle leaf. Stay a little while, stay a little near. Your breath on my cheek like a borrowed fear. Dance me slow, paper moonlace. Hold my hand in a stranger place. Hold my hand, sweet and still we could disappear. Dance me slow and leave me here.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? I hope you guys are doing fantastic. Let me just 1 second. I need to fix something on the other monitor that I forgot how to work, apparently. Oh, here we go. All right. I'm making sure I'm muted. All right. Perfect. Okay. Hi. I hope everybody is doing well. I hope you had a great weekend. I'm sorry that it's taken me so long to get back to this trial. Frankly, my head just ain't been in the game, and I don't like to come live when I'm like that because then I extra buffer and I can't. I don't want to subject y'all to that. So I'm better. I'm doing better. I feel better anyway. We're back at it with day number 4. Now, I want to say this: I'm not going to stream the whole day 4. Okay, I'm going to stream what I think is the most important part and likely what the jury based their verdict on, the testimony. So where we are on day 4 is the defense has rested. The state is presenting their rebuttal case. Okay. So we're going to watch the last witness for the state's rebuttal case. It is the forensic I can't remember right now off the top of my head. Well, I mean, they're going to announce his name, whether he's a psychiatrist or a psychologist, but he is who evaluated Gregg for the state, and it's his testimony. So welcome in, everybody. I'm so glad you're here. Hang on a minute. How did I do that? Let me see. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Let me say good morning to you guys, and then we'll get started. Good morning, Karen. Good morning, Music City Mom. 27 months of membership. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Chicken Lady, good morning. Sharp Family, good morning. ATS, good morning. Listen, on Saturday, I was over at ATS News channel. We did a live together recapping some CrimeCon stuff, some JLR stuff. JLR is in Frisco for the Carmelo Anthony trial, whatevs. I want to talk about that just really quickly before I forget. So I do intend to do something to cover the Carmelo Anthony trial. I'm thinking that I want to do it at night. So I think the best thing for me to do is I only have one day where I don't have the Nuggie, which is Wednesday. So I'll do it on Tuesday night. I'm struggling a little bit with the Carmelo Anthony trial, and here's why. There are no cameras allowed in the courtroom. There's no live tweets coming from the courtroom either. So what's happening is every night after court has recessed for the day, WFAA Channel 8 local news is doing the recaps. Here's my issue with that. Although I think they're doing a very good job, you guys know how I feel about recaps like that. They're talking about the testimony that was interesting to them and that they found that they think is important. Okay. And what they think is important might not be what I think is important or what the jury thinks is important. Although they are, they're having to get up at like 3:45 in the morning. Okay. To be at the courthouse by 5:30, to get in line at 5:45 to even get a seat. There are only like 8 seats for the public. It's maybe more, something, it's very slim. Okay. Then they get a number. All right. And then they're ushered into an area at 7:30 to go through security. And then they still have to wait another hour and a half, sometimes a little longer, for the trial to even start. There's no overflow room. It's the seating and everything is very limited. And a lot of people are really, really angry at the lack of transparency with this specific trial, particularly because it's gotten so much attention. This is what I think has happened. This is the most likely scenario, the one that makes the most sense to me, the one that makes the most logical, reasonable sense. This whole crime that Carmelo Anthony has been accused and charged with occurred at a school. Okay. So at a track meet, there are kids testifying that are minors. They don't typically allow the broadcasting of minors' testimony. So the truth of the matter is, we would have even if they had allowed cameras in the courtroom, we likely would have missed the most important testimony, which was the witness testimony coming from the kids who were in that tent who witnessed what happened. We wouldn't have gotten to hear any of that because they're minors. I think that's why the cameras haven't been allowed into the courtroom in the first place, out of an abundance of caution. Also, this case is being highly and hotly debated, not just out in front of the courtroom, which is its own separate situation and issue. Okay, what's going on out in front of the courthouse, the protests, etc. But also online. And I think that the judge was just like, out of an abundance of caution, I want to ensure that Carmelo Anthony gets what he is entitled to under the Constitution of the United States, which is a fair trial. And the jurors would have been alerted that the trial is going to be streamed. This is because it's so debated, because people are watching it so closely. And there is, from what I've seen, and I've been watching the recaps every single day, but from what I've seen from all of it, I think the judge is worried about the jury's safety. That's all I'm going to say. And I'm going to leave it there because that's not why you guys are here. You guys are here to listen to about Carly Gregg. We definitely will get into it Tuesday night. I'll go through the recap. I don't know. The defense is still putting their case on today. They started Saturday. So I don't know if Carmelo Anthony is going to testify or whatever. Usually in a case where the defendant is claiming self-defense, they do take the stand. So anyway, but I just want to let you guys know that I am keeping track of that. I do intend to cover it. I just need to be very careful how I cover it because, like I said, what's coming out of the courtroom are other people's interpretations of the evidence, what was presented, people's, witnesses, their reaction, the family's reaction, jurors' reaction. It's all done from their perspective. So I'm going to do the best I can. All right. So let me say good morning to everybody. Finish saying good morning, and then we'll get into it. Hey, Low Red. Good morning. Good morning, Jonah's mom and Jonah. Good morning, Jenny. Good to see you guys. Let me see. Hey, Mally. Good to see you. Yeah, it's very, very divisive. Very. And I don't want to create any more divisiveness. I wanted to cover this trial because really there's been a lot of things that have come out online, right? A lot of things that I was very curious about, what had substance and what didn't, what was true and what wasn't. And we're not going to find that out because unfortunately we don't get to see the trial, and that's unfortunate. It's frustrating to me. I do want to talk about it as best I can, though. Good morning, Kelly. Good to see you. Jonah's mom, thank you for being a member for 20 months. I appreciate you so much. Well, the jury has a very difficult decision ahead of them, because however they decide, people are going to be mad. People are going to be angry. It doesn't matter. However their verdict lands, there's going to be pissed offness, frankly. All right. So let's get into what you came here to watch, which is day 4 of Carly Craig. Now, I'm going to tell you, we're going to listen to this testimony. And then there is a part at the very end. And I caught this because I was looking, when I was watching this, I was actually on my phone and I was looking at the comments. There is a timestamp in the comment section that we're going to go to, where somebody commented about the interaction between Carly and her stepfather. And so I'm going to let you guys see it. Hey, Angel Eyes, good to see you. And you guys tell me what you think. I mean, our opinions are our opinions. I don't think anybody is accusing, in our chat anyway. I can't control the internets. I doubt anybody in our chat would ever accuse the victim in this case of anything untoward, but it is something that's being discussed. I think people are just having a hard time understanding how he arrived at forgiveness in what feels like a short amount of time. All right, so they're coming back from lunch at this point, and then we're gonna hear it. Let's see.
The court to review. Mark them all as a deposit next to number.
For the record, while we were out, the state went upstairs and grabbed a copy of our external hard drive that had the phone extractions on them. We opened that extraction. It was dated April the 30th. It included Bennett Germany's cell phone. We found the messages that Ms. Todd showed the court are in fact on that external hard drive found within the phone extraction that was turned over to them on June the 4th. Ms. Todd is currently in the process. She initially told me she did not have Cellbrite on that file. I showed her on her jump drive where she had it, and she's currently in the process of opening up Bennett Germany's cell phone extraction that was produced on June the 4th.
Your Honor, I have it open right now if I can respond.
All right. Hold time out. Where's the stuff you wanted to mark for ID? Is there any further response from the state?
Well, Your Honor, the fact that the witness took the stand already.
Okay. So let's finish up the response.
Yeah, Your
I
Honor.
get motion, response, reply, I rule. Okay?
Yes, sir. Your Honor. They were provided the information. This witness has taken the stand already. He could have been asked anything that they wanted to about these text messages. Their motion was that it was exculpatory and that it wasn't turned over. In fact, it was turned over. Your Honor, I don't know any other way to say that they have it.
Okay. All right. You see. Reply by the defense.
Yes, Your Honor. If you will recall at our hearing on June 4th of 2023, which I have a transcript of, at that day this court told the defense the state to provide all discovery to the state. By 5 o'clock that day, the court then asked me if I...
Now, you might be wondering, Jen, why are you playing this? I'll tell you why I'm playing this. Because one of the appellate issues that Carly Gregg's appellate attorneys have raised is an ineffective assistance of counsel claim. Now, an ineffective assistance of counsel claim is not something that is, a novel and doesn't ever get raised. That's not the issue. It's when they've raised it. They have raised an ineffective assistance of counsel claim on direct appeal, which means that they're contending that the ineffective assistance of counsel will become evident in the trial record. Typically, ineffective assistance of counsel is raised in a post-conviction relief appeal because the claim about ineffective assistance of counsel usually doesn't take place in the courtroom on the record. It has to do with conversations had that would be not on the court record. Direct appeal processes, the direct appeals the court deals with the actual transcript from the trial. So it has to be on that record. So it's interesting that they raised it on direct appeal, which means they're alleging that what they did occurred on record in the court during the trial, and that it rises to something that is above and beyond, right? A trial strategy that simply just didn't work. That's what ineffective assistance of counsel is. It's an error.
In fact, on page 66 of that transcript, the court says, Ms. Todd, do you have an external hard drive you can turn over to the state? And I said, yes, Your Honor, I do. And it said, you owe that to them by 4 o'clock today. And at that point, Your Honor, I did provide an external hard drive to the state before 4 p.m. that day. The state, I think Catherine was just a little mistaken when she said the state gave me these files in digital on the thumb drive. They weren't on the thumb drive. They were on a hard drive, and on the hard drive it contained specific screenshots from March 19th with Bennett, and then a different section of it, it contained like a summary on the external hard drive of sort of like this, of text messages. They're not in chronological order. There doesn't really even seem to be a date order, but I did type in one of the words from Bennett's text message that I gave you on March 28th, which was zoned out, and it's not pulling anything up.
Your permission to assist her?
Do you know how to use the Celebrite extraction? Do you know how to use the Celebrite tool, Ms. Todd?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you looked for it in the reader.
Yes, in fact, it even says here, select the current words, and when Ms. Newman typed it in on her computer, she typed in zone, and it pulled up that particular text message, but it's not pulling it up on this one.
Or maybe assist her and see if it's in fact on her copy.
Sure.
I feel like the judge is over it at this point. Jonah's mom, in her direct appeal, what do you think?
Ms. Todd,
Hold on a minute. What issues or errors did her attorneys make during the trial? And I'm not arguing with you. I'm just curious what you think they did that rises to excuse me, that is going to be a successful or even a good case, I'll say, for ineffective assistance of counsel. What happened during the trial that her trial attorneys did or did not do that you feel is ineffective assistance of counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, I did provide it.
so you didn't factor see.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Todd, I'm going to say this. When you accuse a prosecutor of a Brady violation If she had in fact committed a Brady violation, it should be terminated. That's a very serious allegation. Now, as far as Brady versus Maryland, this is the court's ruling. First, the court finds that the defendant did receive it. As such, there is no Brady violation. Second of all, the first prong is that the state possessed evidence favorable to the defendant, including impeachment evidence. In fact, what I've read in this is does contain impeachment evidence, but it impeaches Mr. Bennett Germany and your client. This talks about drug usage back to November of 2023, when their testimony is she didn't begin using drugs in any form till January. Second, that the defendant does not possess the evidence, nor could she obtain it with any reasonable diligence. As this court, in fact, the defendant did have it, and obtaining it with any reasonable diligence, as I recall, Mr. Bennett Germany testified that he was her best friend and that he got on a bike and rode several miles to come see her on the day she said she needed help. I think Mr. Bennett Germany has been more than available to Mr. Gregg. Third prong is that the prosecution suppressed the favorable evidence. In fact, they turned it over. And finally, that had the evidence been disclosed to the defense, a reasonable probability exists that the outcome of the proceedings would have been different. If I'm being frank, this reads more like she has some crush on some boy named Anthony, and there's a talk of a whole bunch of use of taking drugs and sleeping pills. I don't see where that would create a reasonable probability of a different outcome. And finally, the court would note that the state has no duty to search out and discover all possible exculpatory evidence. For those reasons, the motion to dismiss the case for a Brady violation will be denied. All right. I'll give these back to the court reporter.
He is correct. The state's obligation is to turn over all of the evidence to the defense. It is the defense's job to find the exculpatory evidence should it exist.
All right, anything further from the state before we bring in the jury?
No, sir.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, bring it in. State, get us next witness on the front row, please. Oh, he was already here. I'm sorry.
All right. So Jonah's mom says, I think it was in the closing. They did something that was borderline shady. Okay. The defense did it. In their closing arguments, the defense did something that was shady. We will definitely get there. I'll be paying extra close attention. All right, here we go.
With
Dr. Jason Pickett.
All right, so they've called Dr. Pickett. He's the one that evaluated Carly for the state. I don't know what's going on with this stream, like why it's the audio, the quality is so poor. I'll say this. We're only going to listen to the part of the getting to know you portion of the date when he explains what he is, and then we're gonna skip to the actual meat and potatoes of the testimony.
Hey, my name is Jason Pickett, Pickett. I am a board-certified psychiatrist. I am a board-certified emergency physician and a board-certified forensic psychiatrist.
Well, there you have
Go
it.
down one at a time.
He is a board-certified forensic psychiatrist. So that is where we're going to skip the getting to know you portion. Let's see. All right. He's going to talk about the standard for insanity. We should probably listen to that. All right.
Mountain standard for insanity, and it does vary from state to state. In Mississippi, it is named after Daniel McNaughton, a guy in 1843 who killed.
All right. So Jonah's mom says, don't quote me. It was either in the closing or sentencing, if I remember correctly. Now, I will say this. I know that when we listened to the arguments made in front of the appellate court, made by Carly's appellate attorneys, they did talk about the sentencing phase being an issue, and that the fact that the defense did not present any mitigating evidence they felt was ineffective assistance of counsel. Here's where that is like an issue. I think it is going to be an issue for the justices on her appeal. Okay, in a trial period, the burden of proof is solely on the state. It is not on the defendant. So the defense actually doesn't, even at sentencing, have or isn't required to present any evidence. It's all on the state. Now, you would think, okay, they have clearly found her guilty, and now we should at least put on some type of evidence that are mitigating factors. And I think it was I think it might have been a strategy not to. I think the mitigating evidence that they had, I think they already put on during the trial, frankly. And I think it was a trial strategy that was not successful. But I am curious what is going to happen with that. I will say that I think her better shot at an appeal is going to be with the sentence. The fact that the appellate court doesn't feel, or has, I shouldn't say feel, because that's not the right word to use. The way that the appellate court has interpreted the sentencing order is completely different than the way the prosecution has interpreted the sentencing order. Sentencing orders should be very clear, okay? There shouldn't be room really for debate about what the sentence is, okay? That is where I think her better chance at appeal is in the sentencing order. What was she actually sentenced to? All right. So we already know what this is about.
Prime Minister, and he actually killed like a secretary, and he was found insane. And so at that time they came up with a law, again this was 1843 I believe, where you have to have a threshold mental illness just to consider insanity. If you want to move forward, you have to have at least a mental illness. Once you have that mental illness, that's like your ticket. That's like you cannot pass go without that ticket. So you get that diagnosis, and then we can consider the other prongs of this standard. And for McNaughton, it is, did the individual understand the nature and the quality of what they were doing at the time of the offense? That's one. The next one is, did the individual understand the wrongfulness of what they were doing? And so you may have a mental illness, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, PTSD, whatever it is, but that does not equal insanity by the McNaughton standard. You have to meet the other prongs.
I want to talk about those prongs, Dr. Pickett. You've said to know the nature and quality.
Yes, Lil Red. The big issue was her age, the sentence and the rules because of her age, even though she was charged as an adult. Hey, Justified, good to see you. Yeah, there's the although while we were watching the arguments during the appellate process, she can, at her age, get life without the possibility of parole.
Of the acts you were doing.
It's not
kind of break that down.
It's not illegal. It's not unconstitutional for her to have that sentence.
Can you explain that for us?
So nature, to understand. Understand is, from my understanding, is a relatively low bar. It's a knowledge. You know what you're doing. It's a fact-based knowledge. An appreciation, in my opinion, would be a higher standard of you. I think, as Dr. Gugliano testified to earlier, you would also understand the social implications and the ramifications. It's a higher standard. But in Mississippi, according to the Mississippi Rules 12 of Criminal Procedures, which talks about the standard and such, there's simply an understanding. Did this individual know what they were doing? Did they understand the nature? For example, understanding the nature. Let's say somebody is really psychotic. They are out of their mind. They are squeezing a lemon. Or they think they're squeezing a lemon. And they're squeezing, and then in reality, instead of squeezing a lemon, they're choking somebody to death. They would not, in that instance, understand or have an appreciation or an understanding of the nature and quality of what they're doing. They think they're squeezing a lemon, when in reality, they're choking somebody to death. Or, so that's basically that.
And as far as the second part of that wrong, did they know right from wrong? Did they know wrongfulness? I think we all kind of are taught as children right from wrong, but can you describe for us in a legal sense what that means?
Yeah, so
Low Red says, I think the appeal will set some precedent about age, etc. I'm looking forward to the opinion. Interesting. I need to think on that.
So in Mississippi, the second prong is, did they have an understanding of the wrongfulness of their acts? And in Mississippi, it's a legal wrongfulness, just simply knowing that it's illegal, not even necessarily morally wrong. In other states, it's a moral, like, yes, I know it's illegal to do that, but it might not be morally wrong. I have to, let's say, yes, I know murder is illegal, but I have to kill this alien to save America. So they wouldn't understand the nature because they're psychotic and delusional, and they wouldn't understand the wrongfulness morally because they think it's an alien and they have to kill this alien to save America. So morally, they might not think that was wrong in that example. But in the state of Mississippi, it's simply knowing legally that it is wrong.
I would just also like to say I don't think I said good morning to Sharp Family Switchblade. My bad. I'm sorry. Good morning. Thanks for being here.
And so just to clarify, even if they didn't morally know it was wrong to kill that alien, they thought it was an alien in Mississippi, you still don't get it to insanity.
Correct.
In this particular case,
So Jonah's mom says, even in Pennsylvania, where life without parole is automatic for first degree, special circumstances may be made depending on the age of the minor. I do think that in this case, from the way that I understood the arguments made by both the state and the appellate, is that the judge would have had discretion if the jury was unable to reach a verdict in the sentencing phase. And I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
who was the defendant?
Miss Carly Madison Gregg.
And did you have the opportunity to interview Miss Carly Madison Gregg?
I did.
What other information, let me take a step back, Dr. Pete, I apologize. Did you perform an evaluation and prepare a report in this case?
I did.
And did you render opinions regarding Carly Madison Gregg in that report?
I did. I met with Miss Carly Gregg on August 30th for about 4.5 hours here with Attorney Todd, and I rendered a decision that was based on my interview with Carly, my extensive review of a lot of discovery, my training, education, experience, and knowledge. I pulled on all of that to surmise a opinion.
And was that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, it was.
And the items that you're talking about that you reviewed, the interview with the defendant, the mountain of discovery, talks with my office. Did you also talk with Ms. Todd?
Yes, to some degree. I talked to her, I think, mostly at during the evaluation and occasionally via email correspondence.
In relying on those things, is that something that a similar situated forensic psychiatrist would rely upon in rendering his opinions?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you about, well, I want to talk to you first. Let's talk about what your opinion is regarding Carly Gregg's sanity, and then I want to back up to how we got there.
Okay.
So what was your ultimate opinion as to whether or not Carly Gregg was insane at the time of the murder, attempted murder, and tampering with physical evidence on March the 19th, 2024?
I'm happy to discuss my opinion, but I do want to say the ultimate opinion is for the fact finders to decide, and I would just offer my opinion. So I do not want to speak to the ultimate decision, but I just want to lay out my opinion based on everything that I have researched and written and read and done. So my opinion is that Carly does not meet Mississippi's standard for insanity at the time of the offense, and that she knew the nature, quality, and wrongfulness of her actions during that day.
So, Dr. Pickett, I want to take you back to the things that you reviewed. You talked about a mountain of discovery. We've seen in the courtroom, we've seen some videos from that day. Did you have the opportunity to review those?
Yes, I did.
Did you consider those in rendering your opinion?
Yes. When you say those, I've seen the garage video footage. I've seen the Wise video camera footage from the dining room. I've seen body camera from the officers. I reviewed several of those. So I have seen a lot of video.
I want to take you back to your interview of Carly Gregg. When did you say that happened?
August 30th of 2024.
And who was present during that interview?
Me, Attorney Todd, and Miss Carly Gregg.
In your practice, is it common for a attorney or a defense attorney to be present during your evaluation?
It's not common. Most of the time I do my evaluations for the defense, and so most of the time they don't come, and they know that I'm there most of the time. But no, they can be there. It's not standard that they are, but they can, and it's not a problem if they are.
In this particular case, in your report, you noted that Ms. Todd was present, but there was something that stood out to you about the participation in this evaluation. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen about that?
Yes. So at the beginning of the evaluation, Attorney Todd told me that, hey, there's some things that Carly doesn't like to talk about, so I will have to prompt her. And I told her, that's fine, especially in adolescence and a 15-year-old. When I see patients outside of here, parents are often involved. That's not unheard of. They have to prompt them. That's totally okay. As the evaluation went on, though, it seemed to be significantly more than just simple prompting. It seemed to become very leading questions, close-ended questions, interjecting particular things and redirecting the conversation at specific times. And in my report, which is 85 pages, I do list examples of this, and I can go through that if that's desired. But it did seem excessive, and it seemed like I was being led somewhere in some of the examples.
And what was your, what was your opinion as to why you were being led?
I really don't want to speculate as to why a defense attorney might, interject so much. It did seem calculated to me, and like there may be some secondary gain in trying to fool me into believing something. In my experience, most of the time when patients are experiencing these things, they do not really need a lot of prompting. Most of the time, if they're suffering with severe mental illness, auditory hallucinations, these scary dissociative spells, they will volunteer that information usually and be able to tell me very vividly and without prompting what they're suffering with.
And just to be clear, Dr. Pickett, it was not your intention to pick on Attorney Todd, right?
No.
You simply noted that in your report because you found it unusual.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about, during your evaluation and your review of the discovery materials, did you ever find any evidence of drug use by Carly?
Yes. There's a lot of mention from her friends, and which, I try not to put too much weight into that because that can be hearsay, opinion, text messages here and there about substances, but there was a lot of it, which made me think there could be more involved here with substances. And it seems like that was the trigger or the impetus for the conversation on the 19th between her and her mother. So I do think substance abuse is relevant.
Did you also review the results of the drug screen of Ms. Gregg?
I did.
Could you tell us what a little bit about that?
Yes. There was a drug screen that was obtained, I believe, at the juvenile center after she was detained, and it tested positive for cannabinoids.
Did you have the opportunity to review the vital core records also?
I got some records from Region 8 afterwards. I did not get the vital records afterwards. Only it may have been in Discovery, but by that time, I think I had already written my report. And what was in the records, medical records, mental health records after the fact, to me is highly skeptical. And so I don't necessarily put a lot of weight on what was said after the fact, given the very large suspected secondary gain.
Dr. Pickett, if there were another drug screen in the vital core records that showed the presence of marijuana, what would that indicate to you?
It would indicate that she had used marijuana at some point in the recent history of that drug test.
I want to talk to you about some of the other things, Dr. Pickett, that you relied on in your evaluation of Carla Gregg. May I approach the witness room?
Yes. Show it to counsel. It's not happening.
I'm handing you what's previously been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 11, and it does not appear these pages are numbered, so I just kind of want to go through them in order.
Okay.
Does that look like something that you reviewed previously?
Yes.
If you could tell, ladies and gentlemen, what's on the very first page of one of the journals and or sketchbooks or scratch pads from Ms. Gregg's room?
It says water, fire, earth, air. Water, fire, earth, air. Water, fire, earth, air. Fire is circled, and it says, I choose fire. It is powerful, beautiful, and deadly. These are the traits I desire, so I choose fire! Exclamation mark.
And did you consider that whenever you were rendering your ultimate opinion?
I take everything into consideration that I have, that I can. When I look at this in these journals, there's a lot of things in these journals. And I took the time to look through them. And some of them are concerning. Some of them, I question the truthfulness of it. Is it more theatrical? Is it truthful? I think it's hard to know, but I try to use my judgment as I'm reading it in the context. This one seems to me that she writes down in her journal that she desires powerful, beautiful, and deadly.
What were some of the other journal entries that stood out to you, Dr. Pickett?
Can I look at my report, please?
Sure.
Okay. So.
Well, Lil Red, if you're about to make hold on a minute, a large wax melt order, I would like for you to please make sure you use the code. Also, I like this psychiatrist, and I'll tell you why. Because evaluating a human being, I suspect, and I've learned over the years, is very difficult, just in general, especially for under these types of circumstances. They have a limited amount of time. It's not the atmosphere isn't as conducive as it would be if somebody were coming in voluntarily for therapy. Okay, so there's a lot of moving parts, as it were, when these evaluations are conducted by both the state and the defense. Okay. But I appreciate his no nonsense approach to this. I appreciate him explaining to the jury that when you're looking at a journal, particularly of an adolescent, I think it would be very difficult to discern what is theatrical drama, everything, many things. I don't want to say everything because I don't like to speak in absolutes, but generally speaking, things that occur in a teenager's life, and I know this from personal experience. A, I was a teenager. B, C, D, and E are the four that I raised. Okay. And it seems like many things, most things, a lot of things, the majority of things that are occurring in a teenager's life are, if they were to, when they look back on it, when they're older, they were so very, very important and immediate, and all of the, everything is like life or death. It's so overblown a lot of times, right? So I would imagine their writing would be that way as well. And I would think that it's very difficult to discern what is that and what is the truth. And then you have on top of it, you have this, what appears to be, according to his testimony anyway, some level of interference on the part of the attorney. He found it. I mean, he knows why he's there. He knows that, and it was already agreed upon that. I'm sorry, my back is hurting, so I'm extra fidgety in the chair today. I apologize. He knows why he's there. I'm sure it was agreed upon that Ms. Todd be allowed, which is her attorney, be allowed to be present during this evaluation. And I'm sure that's not something that occurs infrequently. It's the level to which she was involved in the evaluation that he felt he included it in his report. So that to me is interesting. Jonah's mom, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Jonah's mom says, I just want to thank everyone in the ward for being on this journey with me. You lifted me up when I was down. Heart emoji. Well, you lift all of us up every single day, Jonah's mom. Being here, your humor, your wit. I love to read your comments in the chat, and you know that I adore you and I adore Jonah. I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that we could be part of your journey. So thank you for that. Patricia Burns, hi, by the way, good to see you, babe, says, I feel the psychiatrist is talking from his mind rather than fulfilling a narrative that is expected of him. I agree. It's, Lil Red says, I feel like it would be hard to evaluate a 14-year-old being treated the same as an adult in the legal system. Teenage girls are very drama driven. Let me just say this. I've learned something. I thought that teenage girls were dramatic, mostly given my experience with teenage girls, being one and then experiencing other girls. And frankly, when I was a teenager, I had a lot more guy friends than I had girlfriends because of the amount of drama. But I will tell you this. Early teen age boys, and I'm talking about junior high age, 12, 13, 14-year-old boys, are highly dramatic, with not so much towards like their parents, but socially with each other. They can be very dramatic. And I would say that they have more vicious and more sharp tongues than even junior high girls do. Like, there were a few times when I overheard some conversations between my sons and their friends, and my mouth was on the floor. I was like, damn, just read them for absolute filth in a way that I was not aware guys did to each other. you know, because, okay, you can have guy friends, right? It doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is, they'll never look at you really, if you're female, as one of the guys. You can be their friend, but you're still a chick, and that's just the way that it is. They don't act quite exactly the same as they do with when it's just their guy friends. So yeah. And I just appreciate, I like the way that this I appreciate the psychiatrist's approach, but I do need to rewind a little bit because I don't even remember the question now that I've talked so dadgum much. All right, here we go.
Some of the other journal entries that stood out to you, Dr. Pickett.
Can I look at my report, please?
Sure.
Okay. So one of the journals, I think this is the Brown Journal, it says in the beginning.
If he's going to refer back, can you just tell us what page he's referring to?
This would be, this says entry January, it would be the first, I think it's the first one on January 2023, 2024, the Brown.
Yeah, if you can tell me what page.
You didn't base it.
They're not bait stamped. That's what I said. It's hard to tell because they're not bait stamped.
No, I think what you saying?
Approach. Yeah, approach.
Oh, for the love of Pete.
Under the subsection regarding Carly's journal.
If you would proceed, Dr. Pickett.
Okay, thank you.
Before he continues, I need to say the glitchiness in this stream. Is there a Dybbuk in the room? Do y'all remember when I used to call that out all the time? It's like there's some kind of demon hanging around.
So it says in the first entry of this journal, I know one of y'all is going to read this eventually, which I guess I have no control over. So to me, the very first entry of this journal, she acknowledges that there's going to be an audience. Somebody's going to read this journal, and she suggests that she has no control over that. And so as I think about that, I ask myself, is this a personal journal where somebody puts things that they are really trying to keep secret? Or is this a budding, articulate author that describes things for theatrical reasons? And so as I go on, there's other things that make me say that. For instance, she talks about various movie reviews. One of them was Pinocchio. The Still Life is a new one that came out, and she talks about her favorite scenes were when the bomb was dropped on the church that killed Carlo. Mussolini, and Mussolini, he's like, he was an imperialist that was associated with Hitler, believed in xenophobia and imperialism, and so I believe signed a pact with Hitler at some point. And so her favorite parts of the movie were the war crimes, Carlo getting killed, and then there's other things where she talks about Harley Quinn, which is some of this stuff is childish, but it shows us into her mind. And so she's right, Harley Quinn is the Joker's girlfriend, and she's crazed and psychotic and does these violent crimes. Then one instance in her journal,
Hold on a minute, sir. I feel the need to point something out immediately. The thing that makes Harley Quinn, there's more to her backstory, and what makes her interesting is that at one point she was a psychiatrist tasked with treating and evaluating the Joker. And then what happened? She done fell in love. I'm hoping this is a compliment. Kelly said, Jen Lou, you remind me so much of my mother. I appreciate that. I think if it's a compliment, I feel like I've seen you reference your mom before. And so I feel like that's a compliment. Also, I do feel like you like me. So I feel like that you would put that as a compliment, that you wouldn't be putting something, rude in there. If I had to pick, Jonah's mom said, I'm trying to make a really hard decision. Do I want pears or do I want fruit cocktail? This is what I'll say. pears are included in fruit cocktail. So have fruit cocktails. Then you get pears and the cocktail of the rest of the fruit. That's what I would say. Aw, Patricia, thank you. You guys are so complimentary today. I just love coming to this channel because I know that only truth, facts, and very clever and insightful comments are going to be coming from Jen. I appreciate that, babe. All right, here we go. I appreciate that.
Little pin mark where she says, it looks like you just poked the paper. And then she writes beside it, look what I did right here. I stabbed my journal like it was Tom Riddle's. Tom Riddle is from Harry Potter series, and he turns into Lord Voldemort, and he's evil. And so in her journal, she talked about Harley Quinn, war crimes, Tom Riddle. There was another page where I can find where she says, what do I believe? And she writes these tenets down, and one of them says, it's okay to be evil. There is no God. And if I can have a minute, can find others.
Judge, may I approach?
Yep. Thank you. So this one in the journal also, what do I believe? There is no God, heaven and hell are fake, love is important, you don't need family, writing your own destiny with a check mark beside it, loving yourself, having friends is important, don't belong to anything, never be alone, go to your place of comfort often, sometimes you must blend in, but never forget it's okay to be evil, sometimes you must jump into the dark to truly see the light.
Like, for the love of Pete, I've only heard from her and now you. Oh, really? I love that saying. For the love of Pete. Yes, death, like Thanos, is inevitable.
Were there other portions of the journal that you found concerning?
Another part where she talks about her reported auditory hallucinations. She says, on March 12th, 2024, this is on page 21 in my report, she mentions enjoying books about crazy people. And then she adds that she had a psychotic break, but calls the incident quite silly. And she goes on to say, I actually spoke with one of the voices in my head. Well, I didn't hear them until earlier today, but only then. My particular friends and I were practically screaming bloodthirstily and ravenously. Thank God physical confrontation was not fruitively possible. I sound crazy. And then she continues on. In other sections of her journal, she talks about all.
I gotta also say, let me give a shout out to Dr. Pickett, because when he's reading, he has no flat effect. This is, make no mistake, he's using inflection and tone in his reading. I appreciate that. So thank you for that, Dr. Pickett.
The dishonesty.
The dishonesty with what, Dr. Pickett?
I believe she was referencing to after the iPod that she was using as a burner phone had been found in early January. She wrote in her journal at some point, I'm kind of relieved, thanks, because of all the dishonesty. I'm glad it's just over with, so to speak, was my impression. So there were a lot of things. Yes, sir. Also,
hold on a minute. Excuse me, counselor, at the defense table. Just yelling out is rude. You see how I pause and use the phrase, excuse me, before I interrupt? Sheesh.
Text messages that I had seen between her and friends that were concerning. When I'm trying to understand somebody's psychiatric mental state, all of this is important. Text messages with friends, conversations with friends, parents, what's going on at school, what's going on at home, drug use, medical history, psychiatric history, all of this is important. And so there's a lot of detail here. And so as I was looking through text messages, one of them she says to, this is on page 22, she's talking to Thad on February 7th, 2024. She says, You don't understand how fucking psycho I was that day. I almost murdered my parents. And so as I am preparing to come and evaluate her, given the context of what's going on, I take extreme time to go through the mountain of text messages between teenagers, diaries, journals. Some of it seems theatrical and to almost entertain a would-be reader, and some of it is very concerning.
Dr. Pickett, were there also some, I want to come back to the text messages in just a minute, were there also some notes that you looked at of Carly's about gaslighting?
There was a folder that was found, and it does.
Please, okay, I gotta make Nuggie lunch. She's hungry, and as you know, Nuggie's first. But I need to know, and I'll be curious to hear this because so many people get the term gaslighting, what it actually is, and they use it incorrectly. Also, speaking of gaslighting, last weekend I watched, and I think it's no longer available on Netflix, but I did watch season 2 of Dirty John about Betty Broderick. I've always intended to do more with Betty Broderick's story than I did originally. And there's a video about it on my channel. So be looking for that. Okay. I'm going to do a long form video on Betty Broderick. Also, I promise I am going to get back to the West Memphis 3. The next part is very hard. It's about the investigation. I never know. I always want to include so much so everybody gets a good overall view, understanding of what it is, how the investigation was conducted and all of that. Plus, and I don't even know why I strain my brain with this, because those comments are going to come. No matter how much I do not reference anything that came from the HBO documentaries, I will always get at least 4 or 5 comments about the HBO documentaries, as if that is the only source of information respective to the case and the crime, which is wholly wrong. It is wrong. The whole fucking case file is available online. That's all. That's my rant. Let's keep going.
It goes into a lot of detail about emotional manipulation and gaslighting. And it says at the top, emotional manipulation, gaslighting, and it would define kind of what that is and the setup and how you set this up, how you do it. And then, at the end of it, it signs off with a valediction that says, take advantage, happy hurting.
There were also, I guess, what had been labeled as a dream journal. Do you remember looking through anything where she described some of her dreams?
I do remember one of her writings where she talks about her dreams and kind of leaves the reader with like a cliffhanger of, I had something along the lines, I'm paraphrasing, of I had a really good dream last night. I hope I have another one tonight. Should I write my dreams down? In other words, to share them with whoever might read it in the future.
Do you recall also seeing Dr. Pickett something where she said back in April in one of her notebooks, I have depression and anger issues, but no one gives a shit?
Yeah, I think she used the word rage.
Before I move on, I think there was another one. There was actually something that was produced in Discovery, and you were present when Dr. Clark testified. It was like a piece of paper that was in green, like a green marker handwriting. Was your understanding, and from the testimony yesterday from Dr. Clark, that Carly denied ever writing that or knowing who wrote that? Is that right?
I don't know that I asked her specifically about that page during our evaluation.
Have you reviewed his report?
I have.
And he asked her about that.
He did?
And then,
I believe he did.
when you were present when he testified yesterday
Yes.
about that?
Yes.
What did Carly say in one of her journals or notebooks about innocence?
There was a quote in one of the areas that said, let's see if I can find it. I'm on page 46. It says, life's greatest illusion, innocence.
So, Dr. Pickett, you talked about some of the text messages that you reviewed. Were those messages from the day of the incident, March the 19th, 2024?
Yes, some of them were. I reviewed text messages for a long time, various people, but yes, I did review text messages from the time, very close to the time of the offense.
So I want to walk you through that. So the messages that you reviewed, can you kind of tell the ladies and gentlemen about why that was important in rendering your ultimate opinion?
Yes. So the text messages at the time of the offense are a window into her mind at that time. And having her words that close to the time of the offense is a pretty good window into her mind and what she was thinking and how she was doing at that time, in my opinion.
And I asked Dr. Gugliano, I believe you were present in the courtroom, it's not very common that we actually have like medical records from a defendant the day before they commit a violent crime, is it?
In experience, I'll have medical records related to somebody who's had a crime, but having somebody do a exam the day before is pretty unusual, rare, not the typical norm. If I have that, I'm very thankful for it.
I want to talk, when we get to your what you relied upon on the day of the incident, I want to talk a little bit more about the text messages and things too. I want to call your attention to something in your report where you talked about that Carly's responses seemed almost textbook perfect. Tell us what you meant by that.
Well, when I would ask her to tell me about some of her reported dissociative spells, she would give me the cliche answer of, well, I just felt like I was outside my body, like I was right here. She kind of did that hand motion like that and said, it's like a dream, like I was just watching myself. And that was another example was when we were talking about racing thoughts. I asked her can you elaborate on that? Tell me more about your racing thoughts. I think she said it's like the ocean. And sometimes from experience, people who may not actually have a diagnosis will have trouble going beyond the simple textbook cliche answers. Whereas when I see people who legitimately suffer from schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, or even I've seen a few, rare, that actually had a dissociative disorder. It is rare. They usually can vividly describe these things to me. And oftentimes I see them objectively. They can't hide it. Sometimes they don't even have insight into it. And when somebody comes to me to the state hospital, I mean, it's hard to give an impression of racing thoughts. But these patients, they go from 0 to 100 in their thoughts, one after another, boom, 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 boom. And they may or may not connect, and their pressured speech, it's hard to get them to stop. It's very obvious when they're to that degree. If they're psychotic, it's even more obvious. In my opinion, you don't have to be a psychiatrist to recognize some of these things. Their cousin or their mother or their brother will say, Johnny's not doing good, doc, and they'll drop him off in the ER, or they'll drop him off at the state hospital. Well, they'll get committed and come to the state hospital. But it'll be very obvious.
Dr. Pickett, at some point in your report, you talked about the DSM-5 TR. And we heard Dr. Clark talk a little bit about the DSM-5 yesterday. Can you tell us what the difference in the 5 and the TR is?
Every few years, the American Psychiatric Association councils get together and revise, do a text revision, so they update the DSM-5 criteria with various things and criteria. And so every few years, there'll be a new revision come out. And the DSM-5 TR is the latest version and the one that I depended on while I rendered my opinion.
Part of your report talks about Carly's thought process. That it was linear, logical, I think reality-based and goal-directed. Could you explain to us what you mean by that?
So linear, so as a psychiatrist, our physical exam is a lot of observation. Kind of start at the head, eye contact, their blink rate, are they slow? Their speech rate, their speech content. We get into their thought content, their thought process. Is it linear, A, B, C, D? Ideas seem to connect, or is it, very disorganized and they don't connect? And so linear means we're having a conversation, it's going from A to B, and they connect. Logical means it's reasonable and it makes sense. You understand. Reality based is it's not delusional. So somebody that I see at the state hospital who's psychotic, they may come in with delusions and they'll say, the FBI's after me, and I know it because I saw a gas can at the gas station and I knew that gas can was a sign that the FBI's following me. Or they'll come in and they'll talk about revelations and the black horses and the white horses and the orange horses and the 6-point stars. I mean, it is very disorganized. It's hard to give you an example, but when you see it, it's pretty obvious.
We've heard testimony, Dr. Clark described a manic state and a hypomanic state. During the course of your evaluation with Carly, did it ever appear that she was having any sort of manic state?
Not during my exam, certainly not.
In your review of the medical records, did it ever appear that Carly had reported any type of manic state?
No. I reviewed, I think the therapy notes started with Annette Bryant back in 2015. At least those were the oldest that I had to look at. I looked through those, did not see any mention of dissociation, no mention of auditory hallucinations, no mention of mania or hypomania. So that was from 2015 to 2019. Then I reviewed the LPC Kirk, the counselor, her charts from January of 2024 through March of 2024, the day before the event. There was no mention of auditory hallucinations, dissociative spells, hypomania or mania, or disorganized thoughts, or anything consistent with psychosis. And then I reviewed the mental health nurse practitioner Lieber. I read all of her notes, January, February, March, and none of those mentioned it either. I also found some medical records from UMMC. I think she would have been about 11 years old. There's a Dr. Vaughn and another doctor. Those were well child visits, but a lot of times, commonly, if a general practitioner recognizes that somebody has bipolar or schizophrenia or whatever, they'll put it in there, and I didn't see anything in those either.
I want to come back to the talk about disassociation, but I want to talk a little bit about Dr. Clark said that Mr. Gregg, Harley's dad, had been diagnosed with bipolar. Did you see medical records that had him listed as a diagnosis of bipolar?
I saw very sparse records that listed him as bipolar.
Based off your training and experience, if someone also suffers from a substance abuse addiction, would it be hard to diagnose them as being bipolar?
It is hard. It's not impossible. But can I elaborate about
Please.
his notes? So I reviewed and I asked for any records, any psychological records pertaining to Mr. Gregg's mental health. And the only thing I got were the 3 records from Dr. Hardy. And there was some mention of his bipolar disorder in some of the therapy notes, like I believe LPC Kirk's, but that was secondhand. That had been given to her from Ashley. The only ones I could see to confirm, supposedly confirm, is from a Dr. Hardy. And so as an emergency doctor, as a psychiatrist, anytime a patient is brought to me, whether they're in the ER or whether they're in the state hospital, I do my best to go back and review these diagnoses, because I do not like to just simply accept them, because it is common for people to be misdiagnosed with some mental illnesses, especially if they abuse substances heavily, which, according to my review, Mr. Kevin Gregg was well known for his substance abuse, and for many years, and I talk about that in my report if you want me to go into that.
Sure.
So, let me see if I can. So I started from the beginning. There's tweets from Mr. Kevin Gregg that start in 2012. Oh, 15. So there's tweets from Mr. Kevin Gregg on March 6, 2012, DMT, psilocybin, lysergic acid, diethylamide 25, that's LSD, mescaline, which comes from the peyote cactus, I believe. It's a hallucinogen. MDMA, which is ecstasy, good when used responsibly. Salvia, opium, coca, are like plant natural things that you can make opium and cocaine out of. Good naturals. He says that in 2012. And then he continues on. I mean, there's like 50 or almost 50 tweets. He tweets at Obama, legalize marijuana. You're ignoring this huge campaign because there's no funding. Bomb the Middle East with cannabis. They'll think they'll want to fight or eat. And he goes on. Actually, in her journal that I read, it has 334 entries in it, approximately, that I read through. So Ashley, she wrote in her journal of 334 entries a lot about her problems, issues with Kevin. And she basically described him as, to paraphrase, abused a lot of drugs, had a lot of mood lability, up and down, substances, and he was an awful father to Carly. He was verbally, emotionally, and even occasionally physically abusive to Carly and Ashley. I believe there's one incident she talks about in there where Carly had a black eye from her, and it was assumed it was from Kevin. Kevin's parents had mentioned his temper and were real kind of awkward around her after the incident related to it. But it goes on to talk about Kevin wants pain medicines. Janet will get pain medicine and give it to him. It just goes on and on and on about that.
I want to talk a little bit about bipolar because it's my understanding.
Now, I don't know Kevin Gregg. I don't, only what we've been hearing about in the courtroom, but I suspect what Ashley was doing is documenting, because I do recall that she was going back to court to get some change in the visitation arrangement. And so a good attorney will tell you in a family court case that documentation is very, very, very important. I'm not doubting that those things didn't happen. I'm just thinking that that was more what that journal was for, rather than for like an actual journal about Ashley and Ashley's feelings.
Understanding that that's one of the diagnoses that Dr. Clark gave to Carly Gregg. Can you talk about whether or not you believe that Carly Gregg actually has either bipolar 1 or bipolar 2?
Okay. Yes, I can. Can I finish my thought about
yes,
the dad, Kevin?
Yes,
There's
yes.
one more important thing, and I'll drop it. When I was talking to Carly during the evaluation about her biological father, Kevin Gregg, I mentioned benzodiazepines. I was talking about drug use that did she have. Can we talk about that? And I mentioned benzodiazepines, and she said she knows what benzodiazepines are. And I said, okay. And she explained, I know what benzos are. My dad took them. My dad had this drug cabinet. It was this cabinet full of drugs, like he had prescription pills from like everybody. Again, then I went on. I said, and I'm on page 12. I said, talking about LSD and hallucinogens and mushrooms, I brought those up. She said, again, that's my dad. He took all of that, but I did not. He once bragged to me about taking 10 caps of dried mushrooms, which apparently is a lot because most people only take 2, I think, because that's what he once told me. And so it was emphasized from everybody, Ashley's journal, Carly, And then as I was even watching the body cam footage, I think it's of Deputy Zetterholm, some of the other family, Ashley's parents, I think Bob and Vicky, were there talking to the office of the deputy and had mentioned Kevin and started talking about some of his drug use. I think they mentioned marijuana in the video. And so it seemed by all accounts, going back as far as 2012, with his tweets saying this stuff, family describing him as this, and Ashley even mentioned that he would get Janet to give him pills. To me, it made the diagnosis very skeptical of Mr. Gregg to have bipolar disorder. The very limited and sparse records from Dr. Hardy made it very questionable. And then, lastly, Dr. Hardy, who supposedly are the records that support this diagnosis, saw him 3 times, totaling at 1 hour, and he ultimately prescribed, along with other things, Adderall, Ambien, and Klonopin, which are 3 highly addictive, highly abused neurostimulator and neurosedatives, to a person that, by all accounts, everybody knows him as somebody who habitually uses drugs. And to me, prescribing 3 controlled substances to a known person who uses drugs is not what a responsible physician would do if they knew the truth about an individual's substance abuse. And lastly, if you have bipolar disorder, I would hesitate to put you on Adderall, because if anything's going to push you into maybe a manic state or a hypomanic state in bipolar 2, Adderall is a lot more likely to do it than an SSRI.
So I want to talk to you about the bipolar diagnosis, and then we'll come back to a SSRI, which nurse practitioner Lieber told us a little bit about this morning. So the bipolar, Dr. Clark testified that Carly had these desolate, I believe, I don't recall his exact word for using that, but very specific times of mania, kind of discrete, thank you. Some ups and downs, discrete periods of ups and downs. In the medical world, what does that mean?
So the DSM-5-TR has specific criteria for bipolar disorder. What makes that? We all have a mood. Let's say this is neutral. And there's a zone that is considered normal variation, where we can go up, we can have a good day, we can have a bad day, we can have a good day, we can have a bad day. People with depression, unipolar, that's one pole. Bipolar means there's 2 poles, they're opposite ends. Unipolar depression, they have the downs, and it goes below that normal area, way down here, where they start to have depressed mood, loss of interest, we call it anhedonia. They don't enjoy the things they used to enjoy. Maybe feelings of guilt, hopelessness, worthlessness, concentration difficulties, appetite issues, psychomotor slowing, which is like a sloth. Like they don't want to get out of bed. They don't go shower. They don't bathe. They don't brush their teeth. They're so depressed. They don't cut their toenails. I could tell you some stories. Or they go the other end. They're manic, and they have too much energy. They are restless.
Hold on a minute. Let me move. Let me get off let me find a different stream of this, because I don't know what's going on, but I don't like it. Let me find a different one. All right, let me find where we are on this one. Okay, let's see if this is any better. Let me just a sec. All right, this one's better. Hold on, how am I? All right, hold on. The timestamps are different. Okay, let's share this one instead. Let's try it from Court TV. All right, here we go.
I want to talk a little bit about bipolar because it's my understanding that that's one of the diagnoses that Dr.
Father Kevin, Gregg, I mentioned benzodiazepines. I brought the That's what family and had mentioned Kev with his tweets from Dr. things. Very high that a physician would put
Had these
All right, here we go.
desolate, I believe. I don't recall his exact word for using that, but very specific times of mania, kind of
Discrete.
discrete. Thank you. Some ups and downs, discrete periods of ups and downs. In the medical world, what does that mean?
So the DSM-5 TR has specific criteria for bipolar disorder. What makes that? We all have a mood. Let's say this is neutral. And there's a zone that is considered normal variation, where we can go up, we can have a good day, we can have a bad day, we can have a good day, we can have a bad day. People with depression, unipolar, that's one pole. Bipolar means there's two poles, they're opposite ends. Unipolar depression, they have the downs, and it goes below that normal area, way down here, where they start to have depressed mood, loss of interest, we call it anhedonia. They don't enjoy the things they used to enjoy. Maybe feelings of guilt, hopelessness, worthlessness, concentration difficulties, appetite issues, psychomotor slowing, which is like a sloth. Like they don't want to get out of bed. They don't go shower. They don't bathe. They don't brush their teeth. They're so depressed. They don't cut their toenails. I could tell you some stories. Or they go the other end. They're manic and they have too much energy. They are restless. They have pressured thoughts. Their thoughts are racing. They may start one task, but they can't finish it. They may be very easily distractible. Little noises, some things will distract them. They may have a grandiose view of themselves. They may have flight of ideas, so their ideas are bouncing all around. It's really hard for them to go A, B, C, D, E. There can be activity increase where they don't want to sit still. They're restless. They're moving around. There can be sleep disturbances, and there can be very talkative, pressured speech. And so those are the differences. You have the unipolar depression, you're down here, or in bipolar, you not only have the depressive periods, but you have the manic periods. In bipolar 1, you have mania. It's the most severe form. It can be so severe that you even develop psychotic symptoms. So you're so manic, pressured speech, racing thoughts, restlessness, not sleeping. And interestingly, these patients who don't sleep, they feel great. They may have only gotten 1 or 2 hours of sleep last night, but they feel really good. They're not tired after that. And so you oscillate between these two periods. For bipolar 1, mania, really high, it's 7 days of a persistently elevated mood. All day, every day, to the point that it interferes with you socially, occupationally, or interpersonally. It is obvious to people around you, and it is causing significant troubles for you, one way or another. But you feel great. You're not sleeping, racing thoughts, pressured speech. That's 7 days for bipolar 1. Then you go down, you will oscillate. Eventually you'll come down and you may be depressed for 2 weeks or 2 months. It doesn't know. And then you'll come back at some point and you'll have another manic episode. And you'll go up and down, up and down. That's bipolar 1. Bipolar 2 is called hypomania. It's a little less than mania. I've seen patients and treated patients who have this, and they can live pretty functional lives. I can remember specific patients that they had more energy, a little bit more talkative than usual, wasn't sleeping as much. They'd had periods of depression, and they qualified for bipolar 2. But they were functional individuals. They were not, it wasn't to the point where they're psychotic, usually, from my experience, at least in hypomania. And you can live a pretty good life, and especially if you're put on medications, can help you. Typically a mood stabilizer.
So Dr. Clark diagnosed Carly as being bipolar 2. Do you agree with that diagnosis based off your evaluation and the review of all of her medical records?
No, I do not.
And why is that?
Well, politely and respectfully to Dr. Clark, providers can review different things and we can draw different conclusions. Looking at our reports, my sources are about 8 pages long. I stopped once I got to about 100 because I couldn't keep listing my sources that I reviewed. It was exhaustive. And when I looked at his report, it doesn't, at least that he wrote, I didn't see that he reviewed that much. And so I suspect that we came to different conclusions because we may have reviewed different material. My opinion is that, based on reading his report, that some of his opinion of diagnosing Carly with bipolar disorder was that he took Dr. Hardy's notes for face value. And when I read Dr. Hardy's records, importantly, he never said, Kevin has bipolar disorder and I reviewed the records from his recent hospitalization, or he has bipolar disorder because he met these criteria. He essentially just says he has bipolar disorder and he used to drink and maybe do a little bit of drugs, but doesn't do any of that now. And so I really, only having 3 visits for 1 hour with no collateral records, minimizing his substance abuse and then prescribing him the controlled substances he did, I just wonder, did he have all the facts? And if Kevin doesn't legitimately have bipolar disorder, well then Carly, it's a lot less likely that she would. And then I go back and I look at Annette Bryant's records from 2015 through 2019 when she's young. There was no mention of manic episodes or hypomania. Then I look at LPC Kirk's records from January through March. There was no mention of hypomania or mania. Then I look at nurse practitioner Lieber's medical records, and there's no mention of hypomania. And then I looked at the UMMC records with the well child visit, and there was no mention. And so, given all of that, and given the fact that Carly acknowledged using marijuana, and there's discussion of when that started, text message conversations between her and I think Thad, he talks, it's not a text message, I think it's a really, really long Snapchat message. I mean, the Snapchat message was this long. It was pages and pages of a Snapchat. So he talks about, thank God, she stopped using marijuana, all these substances. He mentions that around Christmas. So she would have been doing it at that time. So long story short, given all of that, I highly doubt and do not believe that Carly has bipolar disorder.
I want to walk you through the second diagnosis that Dr. Clark gave to Carly was based on her, it says, several year history of auditory hallucinations occurring quite frequently. Dr. Pickett, I want to know, in your review of the records, was there anything to indicate before Carly was arrested on March the 19th, 2024, that there were any auditory hallucinations?
I believe in her journal, she did write one time about the voices, as I spoke to earlier, about hearing them ravenously, and thank goodness, physical confrontation was not realistic. So yes, she did mention it there. I was highly skeptical of that because it seems more theatrical and making light of something that, as I've seen patients who really suffer from this, they are haunted by it. It is torturous to them, and they do not describe it as quite silly, and they do not trivialize it.
You were present in the courtroom when Dr. Gugliano testified earlier, right?
Yes.
And she said it was actually quite rare for someone, Carly had reported hearing these voices all the way back to 5 or 6 years old, and it was quite rare for a child that young to experience voices. Is that your opinion as well?
Yes, it is.
And what about the fact that she was claiming that she started hearing these voices every single day from a young 5 or 6 years old?
From my experience, talking with patients who have schizophrenia and have auditory hallucinations, they're not usually continuous all day, every day. They're usually here and there, occasionally they're command. At one point during my evaluation, I did not write this in my report, but it's somewhere in the audio, I'm sure. We're talking about the voices, and she was asked, I hope it's on the audio, it may have been during a break, but I do remember she said, I think Attorney Todd asked her, did you listen to that voice? And she said, no, it's a voice in your head, you don't listen to that. And I couldn't find it, but I remember it now. It was there, and that to me says, when I see people who have schizophrenia and they're disorganized, and they hear these voices, you're more likely to do what they say if you recognize the voice, if it's like, yes, my dead grandmother, and you trust the voice, and you've been hearing it for a long time, then you might actually listen to it. But interestingly, when we were talking during that, she said, no, it's a voice in your head, you don't listen to that. And I thought, that makes sense.
I want to take just a little step.
So Sharp Family Switchblade, I went to look to see if you're listed in the members, and you're not. So I'm not sure what happened, or I don't know, babe. I don't have any, like, YouTube doesn't show us that. So I think maybe look and see if I think maybe look and see if you were charged, if your card shows a debit to YouTube, or I don't know if it'll be YouTube or Google, but whichever one, see if you got charged. It may just not have gone through for whatever reason. Sometimes that happens, especially if you're on an iPhone.
Back to the bipolar, Dr. Pickett, we talked about that there were no periods of 7 days or more for bipolar 1 mania. And I believe the testimony's been that for hypomania, you're looking at like a 4-day period. Was there anything that was provided to you, either through Carly's evaluation or prior medical history, that showed that she had had a 4-day period of hypomania?
Not that I could definitively find in anybody's medical records. And what she described to me more on the day of the evaluation was up and down throughout the day, and that it was highly susceptible or related to whatever was going on in her life at that time. It was highly related to her circumstances. At one point, I think when I'm asking her this, I'm kind of pushing her, I'm kind of probing, like, all right, now tell me more about that, and I can find it in my report if I can, but I asked her that, and she kind of gave me all the answers. At one point she said, like, it could be minutes, it could be hours, it could be days, it could be weeks, which sometimes people will do if they don't know the right answer. If I'm asking them, or if they're not legitimately having them, they will kind of give me all the answers as if they're hedging, and so I'm skeptical of that. But ultimately, I mean, it was a 4.5 hour interview, so I mean, evaluation. So she's kind of said it different ways at different times. The main theme that I picked up from her was that it was up and down within one day, like a roller coaster, and highly susceptible to what was going on around her, which is not consistent with bipolar disorder.
And I believe we heard testimony earlier that she had been diagnosed with more something more akin to like situational responses, and that's why she was given a depression diagnosis.
Yeah. My understanding from reviewing their records is even Annette Bryant, the first therapist that saw her, mentioned anxiety and adjustment disorder. So she was acknowledged that she's anxious and she's having trouble adjusting to something, her life circumstances. And then I think LPC Kirk also said adjustment disorder with mixed anxiety and depressed mood. And then I think nurse practitioner Lieber said adjustment disorder, and she said single episode of a major depressive episode.
Indicating that this was not a manic or hypermanic situation.
No, if anything, it would have been the opposite. She would have been depressed and down on that spectrum, not up.
Dr. Clark also diagnosed Carly with a other specified feeding or eating disorder. I don't know that would have much relevance in insanity, but have you ever seen where an eating disorder calls someone to commit murder?
No, I've not.
And without diving into it too far, I mean, there were notes in the records where Carly had either binged or restricted her eating at some point.
Yeah, I think even we talked about, I believe, that I know Ashley, certainly Carly told me that Ashley had issues with food and would purge. I believe that I've heard that Carly may have at some point purged. I can't remember who told me that or whether that's true or not, but I think, like her mother, there were some issues with food and restriction of that. I didn't think it particularly pertinent to sanity. I didn't necessarily dive into that in depth. And my thoughts were, if she's taking a medicine and she's vomiting, if anything, it's going to be less medication in her system, not more, depending on when she vomits and when she takes the pill, but it's not going to be more medicine in her system. So I didn't put a whole lot of weight on it.
So you brought up medicine, Dr. Pickett. I want to talk about that now. And we mentioned the SSRIs earlier. It's been the testimony that Carly was, back in January, put on 25 milligrams of Zoloft. And that she didn't feel like it was doing anything, and then was up to 50 milligrams of Zoloft. Is that what you found to be true in the medical records you reviewed?
Yes.
And then we heard from nurse practitioner Olivia Lieber this morning that she told Carly, I want you to kind of taper off the Zoloft while also taking the Lexapro. Based off your evaluation with Carly and Dr. Clark's evaluation, is that what Carly did with the medication?
No, according to what she told me, no. I think I was told that she stopped the Zoloft cold turkey, abruptly on the 12th, the same day she was prescribed the Lexapro, and she started the Lexapro, 5 milligrams.
And is Lexapro, we heard earlier that Zoloft is an SSRI. Can you tell us again what that SSRI stands for?
Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor.
Is Lexapro also a SSRI?
Yes, it is.
And so that would affect the serotonin levels of the brain.
Yes. That process takes time, though. Typically, you would expect 4 to 6 weeks before you see symptoms, according to UpToDate, which is a worldwide database.
This is what I was hoping he would get into, because when Dr. Clark testified, he made it a point to reference the abrupt stopping of the Zoloft and the immediate taking of the Lexapro. And I was hoping that this psychiatrist was going to go into that a little bit deeper, because what they try to do when you are, I think all of us have had some experience with this, either personally or somebody in our family, is when you go and you are diagnosed with an issue and you're given medication, that the prescriber wants to get what's known as a therapeutic level in your system. A therapeutic level in your system of an SSRI does not happen overnight, nor does getting to a sub-therapeutic level happen overnight. It takes, so if you were once at a therapeutic level, it would be days, potentially, like usually the average is about like 7 for you to be at the beginnings of a sub-therapeutic level. I mean, obviously, it depends on A, the medication, B, your person's metabolism, all of those things, but just generally speaking. So if she stopped taking the Zoloft abruptly and then began taking the Lexapro and only the Lexapro, I don't think there would be, I don't think either one of those medications are, stopping or starting those medications are really the issue.
It is the doctor's Bible, if there is one. It's backed by multi-million-dollar clinical trials, pharmaceutical trials. It is one of. I like it. I depend.
Let me clarify that. I don't think that the abrupt stopping of the Zoloft sent her into some sort of psychosis. That is what I'm saying. I do think that there is and has been studies, and there was testimony about these types of medications being prescribed to teenagers, adolescents, and what you need to watch for. But the typical thing that they recommend that you watch out for is suicidal ideation, not homicidal ideation. So I don't know. I am not completely convinced that Carly fits the insanity defense. That being said, I'm also not completely convinced that she should never be given a chance at parole either. I'm not wholly convinced, completely convinced, convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that she's irredeemable.
On a lot. It says 2 weeks. Maybe you might see something at 2 weeks. And if I can I get into Lexapro?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, before you do that, Dr. Pickett, 2 weeks. Do you mean it would take 2 weeks for side effects to show up, or it takes 2 weeks for the medication to kind of get in your system?
So side effects can happen more quickly than the benefits. And I tell patients that all the time. I'll say, look, I'll give you this SSRI, and you may have experienced some side effects before we get to the benefits, but you got to recognize that that's going to happen, because serotonin is not just in your brain, it's also in your gut. So a lot of times there's GI symptoms, upset stomach, diarrhea. it's involved in sex, and so there's, decreased libido, difficulty having an orgasm, things like that. I don't know how pertinent that is, but anyways, the side effects can come before. Typically, it's not drastic side effects that make you lose your mind or become psychotic, but it's, headache, diarrhea, sexual side effects, typically with SSRIs. As far as the Lexapro, so according to UpToDate, the typical dose for an adolescent between 12 and 17 years old is 10 milligrams. That's the starting dose. Maximum dose is 20 milligrams. She was started on 5 milligrams, which is half of the starting dose. And if she was prescribed it on the 12th, and the offense happened on the 19th, that'd be 7 days. Depending on when she was taking her prescription would depend on, did she get 6 or 7 doses. Without getting too technical here, what's called pharmacokinetics, it gets into how, when you take a medicine, it doesn't just go in your stomach and 100% of it gets put into your body instantly. It takes time to kind of build up in your system. And so depending on what's called the half-life of the medication, which I looked it up for Lexapro, is 19 hours. It takes 5 half-lives of a medication to get up to about 99% in your bloodstream. So 19-hour half-life times 5 doses would be about 4 days. So it would have taken about 4 days for the 5 milligrams, which is half of the starting dose, to get up to 100% in her bloodstream at that. And then the bioavailability. So it's another thing of any drug you take, bioavailability. How much of it is available to your biological system? I looked it up for Lexapro, it's 80%. So even when you take this pill, it goes into your stomach, it gets absorbed through the GI tract, it goes through the liver through what's called first pass phenomenon, and your liver tries to say, what is this? And try to decontaminate it kind of thing, if it's a toxin. So about 80% gets absorbed. So if she was on 5 milligrams, which is half the starting dose, it would have taken 4 days to reach her steady state. I think she would have only had 6 or 7 doses in her system. And it was prescribed at 5 milligrams, but because of the bioavailability only being 80%, she probably would have been getting about 4 milligrams. Either way, even if we say it was the 5 milligrams, that's still a quarter of the maximum dose. And if somebody was going to be pushed into a drug-induced hypomania, and again, people in hypomania still can appreciate right and wrong from my experience, it would have been more likely to have happened if she had stayed on the Zoloft. If she had been on Zoloft plus Lexapro, there would have been more SSRI in her system. And if she was purging, there's even less. So it's a very low dose, a very short amount of time. I do not believe she has bipolar disorder, and so it really does not make sense to me that such a low dose pushed her into a state where she could not appreciate the nature, understand the nature, quality, and wrongfulness of her actions. And then when I got into the footage that I watched myself and the text messages, those affirmed my belief.
And I do want to talk about the footage and the text messages. I wanted to cover everything that Dr. Clark gave his testimony about first. I believe he stated that he could not relate Carly's use of Lexapro to have caused her to commit these crimes. Would you agree with Lexapro did not cause her to commit murder? Yeah,
I agree with that.
He stated that Carly was in active psychosis at the time of the crime. And I'm assuming that meant some combination of these things. What's your opinion on whether she was in active psychosis?
I do not believe she was in psychosis at the time of the offense. Based on my review of the video, her actions, these text messages, and before how she was reported to have been before, and how I observed her to be based on video footage afterwards. Psychosis, in my experience, it does not just turn on and off. Mania, hypomania, does not just turn on and off. If a patient comes to the state hospital and they're committed there and they're manic, which is worse than hypomania, it doesn't just turn off. And psychosis doesn't either. They will be delusional, disorganized in their thinking, and very illogical until we start them on a medication that can help, and maybe it helps. It doesn't always. Sometimes it doesn't, even though we try.
So now I want to talk about, he diagnosed Carly as having disassociation. And we heard from Dr. Clark kind of what his explanation of that is, but I want you to please educate me on kind of what disassociation means.
So disassociation, and I'm not the nation's leading expert on dissociation. I am a board certified psychiatrist and we get trained in it. I do not see it a whole lot in my practice. It is relatively rare from my understanding. I think the literature is relatively sparse on it. I think we're realizing that it's more common than we thought, and there's more growing literature on it, but it's still not a widely accepted common explanation for violence, especially it can be associated with violence. And I read one of the articles that Dr. Clark had mentioned, and in that report it talks about that, let me see.
I think that's on page 50.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, that's on the SSRI.
I'm not sure if that's the article. Let me see. It would take me a minute to find it.
We'll look back. I apologize, actually, because that one was about the SSRIs.
Yeah, that one's SSRIs and violence, if I can.
Your diagnosis regarding the possibility of dissociation starts on page 52 of your report.
Gotcha, thank you. While I was on the subject of the SSRIs and violence, some of the literature actually suggests that it's lower levels of serotonin that are commonly associated with aggressive behaviors. And they go into animal studies with monkeys and how it's the lower levels of serotonin that are more associated with violence. And then as far as the dissociation, I believe the literature talks about, yes, there can be violence, but my understanding is it's not a specific violence. Like if you're in a dissociative state and you can't control yourself, you may accidentally hurt an unintended target. You're cleaning your gun and you have a dissociative spell and there's somebody in the house and you accidentally pull the trigger and it shoots them in the leg. Maybe. Unlikely? Maybe. It's possible. But having a dissociative spell and then doing a lot of specific things, going and retrieving a gun or an item, an object from a specific location that requires memory, hand-eye coordination, going to get that's, in my opinion, inconsistent with a dissociative spell. Yes, if you're in a dissociative spell, you may accidentally, unintentionally hurt a random person, but I do not believe there's a lot of literature out there that supports you have a dissociative spell and you go and hunt down a particular target. I just don't believe that.
Sorry, Dr. Gregg, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I wanted to continue on a little bit about the dissociation if I can, or you
Yes,
can.
please.
So when I was considering the dissociative spell, one of the books that I was using to read and talk about is on page 53, The Principles and Practice of Forensic Psychiatry, 2nd edition. It says, quote, on page 643, it says, quote, malingered amnesia is also seen frequently in forensic settings, as well as being the arguably most common manifestation of malingering in specific clinical situations such as homicide. And the literature goes on to talk about how we as providers have an obligation to consider malingering when there's a huge secondary gain of having decreased culpability by being able to blame it on that. And so I took all of that into consideration. Continuing on, when I was considering the dissociative stuff, Carly never mentioned these spells to any of her providers over decades. You know, her trauma that she experienced. So the DSM talks about this, the DSM-5-TR talks about this. The chapters related to trauma, PTSD, stuff like that, and dissociative disorders are put right next to each other intentionally to show their relationship. In my understanding, at a basic level, there are some dissociative disorders that you dissociate uncontrollably, with no prompt, with no stimuli. Dissociative identity disorder, which used to be called multiple personality disorder, the dissociative fugue that Dr. Clark talked about, where these patients will just randomly and in a very general, unintentional way get up and travel somewhere. But it's random. It's disorganized. They don't know where they're going. They're not in control of their faculties. They just end up in Dallas, Texas, and who am I? Where am I? Where's my credit cards? You know, it's an unintentional thing. And so as I was looking through this, Carly never mentioned it to any of her previous providers. Ashley, who was very involved, never mentioned it. She did mention some zoning out, I believe, and Heath did call me, and we did not get out of this, but he did say she had some periods of kind of forgetting things, having to use a calendar to remember some things, which was unusual what he said. Also, voluntary intoxication. If she's smoking marijuana to, I don't know how often, at some point, I think she even may have drank Germex per like one of her colleagues that said that. I don't know if that's true or just hearsay. But if there was some substances that she may have been abusing, it's hard to say. Was that related to substances, which she acknowledges the marijuana, or was that a real dissociative spell?
And Dr. Pickett, I'm sorry to interrupt you. There was actually a point where Carly related either in her journal or to a provider that she had smoked marijuana on the 16th of March and she had something come over her body that she had never felt before. Do you remember seeing that?
I don't recall seeing that. I may have
Okay.
missed it. I did want to say, I remember my thought, is that none of the dissociative spells, because trauma and dissociative spells are so closely related, in her, she saw Annette Bryant monthly for years, from 2015 to 2019, when she was really young. And that was closer to the proximate trauma, the abuse from her dad, the death of her sister prematurely. And so I would have expected, if she were legitimately having dissociative spells, I would have expected them to have been closer to the proximate trauma. Doesn't necessarily have to be, but typically I would have expected that. Also, dissociative spells are, I've never experienced one, but from the few people that I've talked to that say they have, they're not pleasant and they're scary, and you're not in control of your body. I just find it very hard to believe that an adolescent who was experiencing these, that was so close to her mother, who was very involved in her life, would not have mentioned it. That's hard for me to believe. And then, lastly, the malingering and the secondary gain, just the convenience of, I don't remember anything from when I took the dogs out to when I woke up in the sewer. But, in block, is what it's called, in block dissociative spells, where it's a big finite period, those are rare. As Dr. Clark said, the patchy dissociation is more common. And so to say that you don't remember anything from these periods, given all of this, is just really hard for me to believe.
You were here yesterday when Dr. Clark testified, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think he talked about that that it's more common, that it's patchy, and Ms. Todd kind of attempted to clear that up, and he was saying that still wouldn't change, even if she remembered certain things, that wouldn't change his diagnosis. But Carly had reported to him in his evaluation that she was having, and I don't think flashbacks is the right word, but that she was hearing gunshots in her dreams, that she was having, she told Dr. Giuliano that she was queasy thinking about the incident. Is that in line with somebody who does not remember an event happening?
If she were having patchy amnesia, I could say maybe. But if you're reporting in block amnesia from a period, I would find it very hard to believe that you have those symptoms related to an incident that you don't remember.
I want to ask this too. This may seem like a silly question. You've used the word malingering a couple times. For somebody that's not a psychiatrist or even in the medical field, is malingering just kind of faking?
In very basic terms, they're similar. It's deceptive. It's lying for a secondary gain. You have.
Kimberly asks, what kind of marijuana are we talking about here? I can't remember what they said. Was it the kind you get at the Jiffy Mart, or was she somehow managing to get vapes from the dispensary? Well, I don't think they were vapes from the dispensary. I say that because I don't know. I don't really, she's not at an age that would put her around anybody old enough to get them from the dispensary. Recreational marijuana is illegal in Mississippi, although medicinal marijuana is legal. So I think she was getting, getting it. I think she was getting it from like gas station.
Have a reason. Maybe, you have a reason to lie, and you do, or you exaggerate your symptoms for a secondary gain. That's what malingering is.
And in this case, you consider that Carly, now talking about these dissociative spells, is in fact her malingering because she has a secondary gain.
In my opinion, that's a very high probability, yes.
And Dr. Clark actually testified yesterday that there are times, quite frequently, that people that commit the crime of murder claim that they were in a disassociative state because they have huge secondary gains.
Yeah. According to some of the literature I quoted, yes, that's very common. It's one of the most common.
I want to talk a little bit more about this disassociation. We know from all the testimony of her providers and the medical records that there was no history of this noted in any of her records prior to March 19th. Did Carly report to you that she had had any additional spells of disassociation after March 19th?
Yes, while we were talking, I cited in my report the time. I asked her, I said, have any of these spells, and I'm paraphrasing, have any of these spells where you do not remember things or dissociative spells, have any of those happened since the incident? And she said, yes, actually I'm having one right now as we were doing the evaluation. And that was a 4.5-hour evaluation in which I did many tests that tested her intelligence and ability to complete tasks and recall and spatial awareness and language and all these things. And she said that she was having one then. And she also said, well, back Tuesday in court, I had one. And Attorney Todd agreed with her and said, yes, I could see it on your face. And so when I asked Carly about these spells, she said they happened every time her mother yelled at her. But she did say that she seemed to remember those incidents, was my impression. And yet this one, she said she did not remember it. That's my understanding from talking with her. And so it was very inconsistent. And there's one thing I do think is important. I think we need to distinguish between zoning out and inattention, which happens to all of us, and dissociative spells. As I was saying earlier, there's some disorders that you legitimately have where you don't have control over it and you dissociate. And what you do during that period, we can talk about and discuss. But there's disorders that it happens sporadically, and then there's kind of peri-traumatic dissociative spells. And what Carly seemed to be describing to me were peri-traumatic dissociative spells. When her mother would yell at her, she would dissociate because that triggered her. That's a trauma in her eyes. The DSM-5-TR talks about...
All right, hold on. Before he goes any further, Jonah's mom is asking about, can you put the stuff from a gas station in a vape? You can get vapes that contain, I believe it's Delta 8. That's, I think, what Carly was smoking. They come already that way. It comes as a vape. Also, I want to point out that why I'm still on the fence about whether she is irredeemable or not. And I am leaning more towards she should be given an opportunity. And the reason I say that is because I think some of the things that he is talking about, that Carly is talking about, like feeling nauseated or nauseous, thinking about what happened, not really wanting to, or hearing gunshots like in dreams or whatever. I think that is evidence more of like she feels guilty. And if you feel guilty, I would think that shows evidence of having a conscience about what you did. People who are sociopaths or psychopaths they don't feel guilt. They don't feel badly about something that they've done. They try to, I think, try to give the impression, or try to mimic what they may have seen emotions coming from somebody else, right? About when somebody feels guilty. I might try to mirror those, but they don't truly feel it. If they feel badly about anything or anyone, it's for themselves. It's not really for anybody else. You can buy, okay, so Jonah's mom says, I've never used a vape. When I smoked cigarettes. I smoke cigarettes. I don't vape. It's a texture thing for me. I don't like that plastic. I just don't like it. So it's very, very difficult. Like I've tried many times to go from smoking cigarettes to a vape so that I could titrate down and not smoke at all. But I don't like the plastic. I don't like the way it feels. I don't know another way to say this, but the way that a cigarette feels in my mouth, I like the way that it sounds. There's no other way to say it without, I'm trying not to sound gross about it, but it's a texture thing for me, and I'm gonna leave it there. I think you guys get what I'm trying to say. But yeah, you can, the ones that come at the like Delta 8 at the grocery store, at the gas station, is a vape. You can't get it like in a leaf form, but Carly most likely just got it in a vape. I don't know, when one of my kids, when Minnie Bindi was in high school, I had to be on the lookout for it because they call them carts. I don't know what they call them what they call them now, but that's what they were referred to by the teenagers at that time. And that's what I always kept like an eye and an ear out.
Gives examples of a prisoner of war who's being tortured, and their body cannot take it anymore. And so their brain essentially hits, for lack of a better word, the ejection button. And the brain says, I cannot take this anymore. I'm under so much stress. I'm out here. And it dissociates. Or another example that the DSM-5 TR gives is human sex trafficking. Somebody who's being repeatedly raped over and over. Their bodies cannot take the trauma that they are experiencing anymore, and their brain hits the ejection button, which, to my knowledge, the brain does not do this half-heartedly. It leaves the body in a very vulnerable state, being dissociated. You are vulnerable to everything around you. If you cannot control your body, you're vulnerable to predators, attack, anything. The brain, it doesn't make sense that the brain would do this half-heartedly.
Jonah's mom says, what if she isn't really hearing gunshots in her dreams? I may be cynical, but I just don't believe her. Well, I get that. And that's also completely possible that she's lying. This is why I get so irritated when people are like, I don't understand why people question everything I say. Because you're a freaking liar. So if you'll lie about one thing, you'll lie about everything. It doesn't matter if you lie one time, right? It's not the amount of lies. It's the fact, or how many times you've lied, badly, whatever. It's the fact that you've lied. Once you lie, you then become a liar. Therefore, anything that you say after the fact is now in question because you are a liar. I don't understand why that is a difficult concept for some people to understand. Why do they question everything I say? Because you're a fucking liar. That's why. You've been caught too many damn times. Being a lying liar face who tells lies. And now everything you say gets the side eye. That's what happens when you're a liar. That's why parents teach their children that it's not a good thing to do, to lie. It's why parents strongly discourage it. Does that stop it? No. No. Jesus, fuck. Hey, Jenny, good to see you, babe. Hey, K-Bird. Good to see you. So, for me, the other issue that I'm having with watching Carly during this trial is the fact that I know that she's on an antipsychotic, which, let's say for the sake of argument, that Dr. Pickett got it 100% right and Dr. Clark got it 100% wrong. Okay. And that she doesn't need to be on an antipsychotic. She doesn't have bipolar. Maybe she's got some anxiety and maybe she's got an adjustment order, but not disorder, but not just having anxiety in and of itself. It is not mandatory that you be on medication. There are other ways to manage anxiety that don't, depending on how severe it is. But what I'm having a very difficult time with while watching Carly is it's very difficult for me to judge her reactions because if she is on an antipsychotic, but she doesn't actually require an antipsychotic, and even if she did require an antipsychotic, it would still have the same effect. She's very they have a sedative effect. So we're not going to see any big movements or, real overt signs in her body language that are cues to us that she's having a reaction because she's sedated, for the love of Pete. So now that's another thing, usually I will listen to what the testimony is, both sides, obviously, and then I will pay attention when the camera goes over to the defendant to see whether they have a reaction at all, what they're doing. Like when we were watching, what's her face's trial, Corey Richens, right? She had some huge reactions. Okay. And during a few parts, especially at sentencing, like that was, but this is not, but we're not seeing that. The biggest, the most, like, the biggest gesture she made was when she took a swig of the damn can of Coke on the table. Like she leaned way back, flung her hair and all the things. That's it. That's all. That's the biggest movement she's made. I mean, she almost seems to not really be reacting to any of this, actually, which because she's sedated, she's on an antipsychotic. It's difficult for me to determine, does she just not give a rat's fat kneecap, or, right, does she have a flat affect, or is she on meds and therefore able to sit still?
Again, there are disorders where it happens sporadically and you cannot control them. Dissociative identity disorder, the dissociative fugue, the dissociative amnesia. But the peri-traumatic dissociative spells, to my understanding, you are being traumatized and therefore your brain hits the ejection button. But you do not dissociate and then go traumatize other people, is my understanding. And that's from my training, my research, things that I've read about this, preparing, and the articles, and my training and knowledge and experience and seeing patients.
Dr. Pickett, I want to put you to page 31 of your report quickly when you were talking about your conversation with Carly regarding her dissociative spells. Was there a time that she actually said, like, she called it derealization?
I believe so, yes.
And what is that a medical term?
Yes, it is.
In treating any of your other patients, have they ever used the term, I was derealized?
No.
Do they call it themselves before getting a diagnosis, I disassociated?
No.
And prior to your evaluation with Carly, she actually had not received any diagnoses of dissociation. Isn't that true?
Correct.
But in fact, the defense told you that was going to be their argument for insanity, right?
Yes.
Tell me
One haven't.
Tell me about that, because that was on the day of your evaluation, before, I think 5 or 6 days before we got their expert report.
Can you clarify exactly which part so I make sure I'm following you?
Yeah, so in your interview, you asked about making sure that you kind of covered all the right things. You kind of wanted to know, what is it, why is it that you're claiming Carly was insane?
Yeah, I do remember that. At one point, and it is on the audio, you can hear, I think Carly may have stepped away just to go to the bathroom, and I asked Attorney Todd, I said, hey, I want to make sure I cover the right stuff. Can you tell me, can you clarify exactly what, as far as insanity? And she said that, I think she said the medications worsened an underlying unrecognized diagnosis. And I said, okay, all right, I'm just making sure I'm following. And that was, I think Dr. Clark had done his evaluation the day before.
And do you recall what Carly said as she walked back into the room for the evaluation?
I cannot remember.
Would it refresh your memory? She said something about like, what mental condition do I have?
I'd have to listen to the audio. I can't remember.
But to that point, she had not been diagnosed by any physician or psychiatrist with disassociation.
Not that I was able to find in reviewing the medical records, psychiatric records.
When you asked Carly to describe the events of March the 19th, how did she describe her mom's demeanor when she found out about the vape pens and the burner phones?
K Bird says, yes, Jen. Carly's affect reminds me of Richard Allen during the Delphi trial, very medicated with a flat effect. Yes. So medicated is one. Okay. So for me, the way that I understand it is a flat affect is something that occurs in somebody that's not related to any type of medication they're on. That is just their affect. Whereas I think with Richard Allen, if he were, and I can't remember, but I feel like he was medicated, just like Carly is medicated. And so that to me is, but there's other elements of the things that Carly is describing. And I think I think Dr. Pickett has hit the nail on the proverbial head, because I have never, and I'm not even like trained. I have no education, experience, or training in the field of psychiatry. I only have, like watched a bunch of trials and hearings and stuff. So I only have it from that point of view. But if he's saying that he's never heard of a psychotic episode that just resolves on its own with no medical intervention, or a dissociated episode with that just clears up on its own, everything's cool, we cool now, without any type of intervention, I've never heard of that either. And there are, so dissociative identity disorder is formerly known as multiple personality disorder, is something that is highly, highly debated in the psychiatric community. There are practicing current psychiatrists who do not believe that it is an actual disorder, that it doesn't exist in that way, that the brain, after experiencing such trauma, that the brain fractures and creates separate identities that are all, or some are alters, are aware of one another, but the main personality, the original personality, the host, if you will, is typically not, without therapy, not aware of the other personalities. That is something they talk, like people who have been diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, talk about losing time, being, coming to and being in places they have no recollection of how they got there, where they are, what day it is. I mean, they've lost like significant amounts of time. But those cases of dissociative identity disorder, true, not Letitia Stout, okay, truly is dissociative identity disorder. The trauma is sustained and severe. And the way that the way that it's been explained, the testimony seems to me that Carly did she experience some trauma when her parents were married? Yes. You cannot not have some level of fucked upness happening when you have a parent who is an addict. I mean, addiction and dysfunction and fucked upness just kind of, they go together. They're all friends. Okay. So you know, I think that that's reasonable. Okay. But that's not the type of trauma that, causes dissociative identity disorder. It is severe and prolonged abuse. And I don't think that Carly experienced that. The other thing is, the part about Carly that has me stumped is that she seems keenly aware of mental health issues. And they say, the old adage is, if you question your sanity, you are sane. Truly insane people do not ever question their sanity. They never stop to think, am I crazy? Am I insane? What is happening here? Because for them, it is their reality. That is how they, I don't know if I'm making sense. And that, I think, is where the conundrum comes in with Carly. I do think, in one aspect, that the jury, oh gosh, sorry, I have to switch positions. I do think the jury got it right. I don't, in one aspect. I do not think that she, it was insane. I do not think that she fits the legal criteria for insanity. I think she knew exactly what she was doing. I think she meant to do it. I think that now she probably has regrets, right? Maybe she wishes she didn't do it. But why? The bigger question is, what are the regrets? Does she regret shooting her mom because it was wrong and she misses her mom? Or does she regret it simply because she now because of the trouble that she's in? And, or is it a combination of both, right? Which is where the bigger, what to do with her. And I do think that because she is at such an age, she's young. I think that she should be monitored. I think that she should receive treatment and therapy, medication if necessary, and required. But I don't think that a 14-year-old should be just written off as irredeemable. And I think, you know, and it makes me think of what's going on in Frisco right now at the Carmelo Anthony trial. And reading, when I was watching the recaps and reading the comments section, y'all, I don't know how at this stage in the game, as many trials as I've covered, as long as I've participated on social media, and just being a person who consumes true crime content, I don't know how it is that I am still shocked at human behavior. But man, some of these people, like, they're just, we're not talking about a person like the murderer who took Athena Strand's life. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a 17-year-old. You know what I mean? It's just, and how resolute and absolute they are in their opinion that this kid is irredeemable. And I don't know how you can feel that way about a kid. Like, I don't. I don't think that kids should be, because they're kids and they commit a crime, they should automatically be free at 18. I don't think that's the answer either. I don't think that's the answer, but I also don't think that the other extreme is the answer either. We lock them up and throw away the key. I think that we need to at least try. We should have a system in place that tries to help to rehabilitate. It's just, I don't know.
I think, if my memory serves me correctly, she described her as frustrated and they didn't talk on the ride home. She was upset and her mom searched her backpack and they didn't talk on the ride home. And
So Carly acknowledged that mom was very upset about finding out these things.
Hold on a minute. Let me go back.
You asked
Hold on,
Carly to
hold on.
describe for Carly acknowledged the events of March the 19th. How did she describe her mom's demeanor when she found out about the vape pens and the burner phones?
I think, if my memory serves me correctly, she described her as frustrated and they didn't talk on the ride home. She was upset and her mom searched her backpack and they didn't talk on the ride home. And
So Carly acknowledged.
That's interesting to me, that it wasn't like, this is what I don't know. I used to call, I have a phrase that I use for this. When your parents or anybody, you're just getting like you're bitched out all the way home. Okay. Right. We've all had those days with our parents. There you go. Sharp Family Switchblade. Congratulations. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that, babe. Thank you. Welcome. Donkey barbecues is what I call them. But like, it's interesting that didn't happen either. That there was no like screaming match, not even screaming match, just where the Ashley is just frustrated and angry and yelling at Carly. I actually almost think that as if it couldn't get worse, the fact that didn't happen actually makes it kind of worse for me, what she did. Because there was no, like, in the heat of the moment, like maybe Ashley yelled at her and said something like that just, got her right in the soul, like, you're just like your dad, something like that, something that she didn't mean, but she said out of anger. It happens all the time. I'm not judging Ashley. There was nothing like that though, where Carly was like, that's it, I've fucking had enough, I can't take it anymore, and then decided. This makes it actually worse. Oh.
That mom was very upset about finding out these things. So you asked Carly to describe for you kind of what she could remember from that day, March 19th, 2024. If you would walk us through what she told you.
I remember her telling me that she hadn't slept well the night before, went to school that morning, was irritable, cussed out a friend, went through the rest of her day. I believe she was doing okay. And then she went to, I remember her explaining that she remembered going from her room, down the hall, up the stairs, and to her mother's room. And then when she got there...
And to be clear, I'm sorry to interrupt you, she's talking about at the school still,
At the
right?
school, yes, because her mother was a teacher. And after that, it seemed like, according to what I've gathered, that her mother was upset and pack. They drove home. They did not talk, and they were upset.
And then did Carly tell you she remembers letting the dogs outside?
Yep, she told me that she remembers letting the dogs out, and then she doesn't remember anything from then until when she awoke in the sewer.
And when you asked her about the sewer, do you recall her saying, "I knew I did something wrong because I wouldn't have been running away"?
I remember her saying something along the lines of that she said that she did something wrong to the police officer because it seemed like the logical thing to do, was kind of how she described it.
And then she said something to the effect of, when he asked her if you're the girl that shot, she said, "Yeah." And that's what she's talking about, because it was the logical thing to do.
I believe so, yes.
In your audio recording, you're talking to her about that time, about after she came out of the sewer, and when we know to be Tony Shack, we watched the video of that yesterday, takes her into custody. And she said something to the effect of, "I thought Heath was dead." Do you remember her saying that?
I remember watching the deputy's audio, his video camera, and she asked about Heath. And then the officer, the deputy, mentioned the mother, but then yesterday in his testimony he said it wasn't the mother, it was just Heath. And that's that.
What, if anything, do you remember about Carly describing for you seeing Bennett and his mom on the scene?
Yes, I believe in my audio it talks about how she was worried. She remembers seeing Bennett and Bennett's mother and was worried that they would hate her.
And did she tell you why she thought they would hate her at that moment?
She didn't elaborate that. I had my presumptions, but I did not force her to say why.
Because based upon what she told you, she only remembered letting the dogs out and coming to in the sewer, right?
Right.
So they'd be mad at her about something to do with letting the dogs out?
I don't know.
Dr. Pickett, I want to talk to you a little more about your opinion regarding the McNaughton standard, right? So we, unfortunately, people had to see these videos where Carly goes into a room, we hear 3 gunshots, and then she comes out. I want you to walk me through the reasons that you believe that she had specific intent to commit these crimes and that she knew right from wrong at the time.
Okay. Well, backing up a little bit, just knowing the context from what I was told, or from what I gathered from reviewing Discovery, was that Bennett and a friend were really concerned about her substance abuse. That's what I saw in text messages with Discovery, reading that. So they approached her mom, and Carly went there after school. They rode home, but did not talk. This is per Carly. She was frustrated. Ashley was frustrated, per Carly. And then when they get home, I start in the garage video footage. I see Carly, what looks like she kind of jerks the door open, looks frustrated. Then they go inside, and they're at the kitchen. They put everything down, and they make eye contact, and Carly looks her in the eyes and kind of rolls her neck like this, which is kind of, to me, seems like a tense situation. They're not talking. And then Ashley goes straight to Carly's side of the house, presumably Carly's room. So knowing the context, seeing that, it seems like a tense situation where Ashley being as involved, and her, according to Carly, one of her greatest fears was that Carly would one day turn into her dad, who constantly used substances and had a lot of mood lability. And so Ashley seems to go straight to Carly's room, or Carly's side of the house. I don't know that it was her room. And Carly can be seen on the Wise video footage kind of moving back and forth, touching her face, touching her hair, seems a little frustrated, anxious. And so I go through all that video, I watch it, and then after Carly walks back in the house, so at one point you see in the video, Carly takes the dogs out. Ashley comes back, she kind of looks through the window. At one point she has what looks like a little black cylinder-shaped small object in her hand. I don't know what it is. I presume, based on the context and knowing about it, that it is maybe a vape pen. I don't know for sure. And so then Ashley goes back towards, I think, her room and then Carly's room, or area, side of the house. Carly comes in the house And at this time, Ashley is on Carly's side of the house. Carly kind of comes up to the entryway. She's leaning forward. She's got both of her hands, not in fists, I don't want to say fists, but down by her side. She's leaning forward. She pauses as if she's thinking something, and then slowly turns towards her room. And then she quickly, briskly walks directly across the screen from Carly's side of the house to Ashley's side of the house. So given the context and seeing her walk so briskly, seemingly purposefully, directly to where the object is that could kill her mother or kill somebody, to me shows an intact memory, it shows an intact motor function, it shows coordination, and it suggests a specific intent. She did not walk to the kitchen and grab a banana. She did not walk to in a disorganized state of mind. She did not walk to the living room and grab a remote control in a confused, dissociative spell. She walked directly to where the sole object that could kill her mother was, and she retrieved it. To me, that says that this person shows a very specific intent on what they plan to do, and that suggests that she understands the nature and the quality of what she's about to do. That's why she went specifically to where the gun was, not to the kitchen or to anywhere else. Continuing on, and it gets even more convincing to me as I watch the video, at 16, 14, 15 on that video, she peeks around the corner and she's hiding something, concealing something behind her back. To me, this shows a spatial awareness. So Ashley could have moved. Ashley could have moved to the kitchen. You've got to look around and see, because if that person has moved, your intended target has moved, you don't want to just walk straight across to your room with this object. They could intervene, they could see you, they could stop you. Instead, in a very methodical manner, she peeks around the corner with the object behind her back. To me, that shows spatial awareness, and these are high-functioning executive skills that your brain has to, different areas, the frontal lobe, the parietal lobe, the occipital lobe, all of these different areas of the brain have to do this for you to do such intricate things. This was done, in my opinion, as a forensic psychiatrist reviewing this video, to locate the intended victim, to ensure Ashley had not moved so that she could not intervene, and so that she could, and she did it in a very, just her head around the corner, hiding the object. That suggests, that's almost predatory in my opinion. That is looking, that is intentional, that's not accidental, that's not dissociative, that's not psychotic. Then, after she does that, she clears the kitchen, she sidesteps with the object still behind her back, and this object is still directly where the Wise camera cannot see it. And it's an awkward sidestep, and I wouldn't expect somebody to do that unless they were intentionally trying to conceal or avoid detection from the surveillance camera. And that to me suggests strongly that she appreciated the nature, quality, and wrongfulness of what she was doing at that time. Then she goes into her bed, her side of the house, I presume her room, and we hear the gunshots. And then we hear some screams. And as I know from reviewing the autopsy pictures, there were at least 2 shots in Ashley's head. That takes that marksmanship of landing those shots on a relatively small target that if you shoot it once, I presume with gravity and whatnot, it might move. So to stay on it and shoot it again shows a high level of brain functioning. Motor centers, the cerebellum with coordination, the occipital lobe with the visual centers, this is a high level of functioning. So then, continuing on, then Carly comes, a little time passes, Carly comes into the dining area and she gets Ashley's phone. I believe it's Ashley's phone from what I've been told. And there's a passcode on it and she unlocks it, which that to me shows that she has some degree of intact memory, hand-eye coordination, and that this was calculated and specific. You have to type in a specific code to unlock the phone. It's not a disorganized, unintentional, random numbers. It's a specific code. And then she texts Heath, her stepfather, which is a specific target. It's not a disorganized, confused, psychotic, random numbers. It's Heath's phone that she dials. And then she texts him and says, "You almost home, comma, honey, Question mark. In my report, I used some very strong language just to describe this one aspect. I used the word diabolical. And I stand by that word. I do not believe Carly is a diabolical person. I do not believe she's an evil person. I believe all of us have the potential for good and evil, and in us, it's human nature. As a psychiatrist, I study human nature. Anger, lust, greed. These are things I study. And so we all have the potential to do that. But when Carly on that day went and unlocked the phone, texted a specific target, her stepfather, who she told me was more of a father figure to her than Kevin was, and said, "When are you almost home, honey?" Using that honey is an enduring term. I might use it for my family, a loved one. I wouldn't use it for a stranger. When she did that to me, that was very specific and diabolical. And that to me is not consistent with a dissociative spell. That is not consistent with psychosis. That is not consistent with mania. And it's definitely not consistent with hypomania. To me, that was deceitful. And so the fact that she did it from Ashley's phone instead of her own phone, I asked myself, why would she do that? If I don't know the norms of their family, I don't know if it's normal for Carly to text Heath and say, "Hey, when are you going to be home?" That might have, if that's not normal, that might have been a warning, or like, something wrong. Why are you texting me? Why are you texting me when I'm going to be home? So to me, the fact that she did it from Ashley's phone, posing as her mother who's in the other or dead or dying, really suggests a specific intent, that she understood the nature, the quality of what she was doing, and I would suggest even the wrongfulness she didn't use her own phone because she didn't want to raise alarm, in my opinion. Then, at one point in that video, right about that same time, she lets out this hymn. Look, the camera's right, knows the camera's there. She sidestepped earlier with the gun behind her back, which tells me she is aware that camera is there. When she came back into the dining room, she had something behind her back that she laid on the stool. She kept it on the stool behind her. At one point, the dog walks behind her. She kind of looks behind to make sure it's not going to fall off in front of the camera. So all of that suggests to me that she was very aware of the camera. And I think that she was trying to, for lack of better words, play cool. And she's interested in music. She plays the guitar. She plays the mandolin. She built a mandolin with her grandfather. She's a musical person. And I think she naturally let out this hymn as almost a play cool. I know the camera's on me. But it was not disorganized. It was not in some weird, disorganized fashion. It was not weird language. It was not a demonic voice. It was a short hymn. And I think she was trying to play cool. And I think to me, that was callous. And so I also think it was related to some nervous adrenaline. Like she lets out this hymn. Continuing on,
Hey, Dynamite, good to see you. What? Stop it. Did I? Dynamite said your life came up in my queue as YouTube feature. You're kind of a big deal. Oh, I love it. Thank you. That's awesome. I'll say this. I am inclined to believe and agree with the psychiatrist's conclusions about her thought process respective to the actions that day. I mean, she did what she needed. She avoided the camera. She did go and check on her mother. More than that, and I don't know if he's going to get into it yet, but more than that, when she goes back into her bedroom where her mom is laying, the dogs are following her, and one of them wants to stay, and I can't remember if it is the blonder of the two golden retrievers, the lighter colored one, but I think it is. But anyway, she yells at the dogs to get out of there. And would you, Donna? That'd be great. Do you need my email? Here, let me drop it in the chat real quick. I would appreciate that. I love that. Let me see, email. There we go. So, and I again, to get to the broader picture of all of this, like, now what do we do with her? Will she always be this way? Can she be redeemed? And I'll say this. Currently, where Carly is being housed, she is in a juvenile facility. Okay. She's in a facility for juveniles. Okay. But she won't always be there. They're going to move her. At what age? I don't know. I mean, it could be, I would think, as young as 18, because at that point you're an adult. Okay. And she has some hope, right, of getting some rehabilitation inside of a juvenile facility. But inside of an adult prison, that, yeah, there, we looked it up, we talked about this. There's opportunities for her to take certain classes and all that, right? Educational classes, Bible study, all kinds of stuff, right? But where she will be is with older, more experienced, with longer rap sheets, with longer criminal histories, women. And we just got to say, I got to just say it as it is. While I respect our justice system in this country, our prison system leaves something to be desired. I don't think there's anybody on the planet, in the United States, that thinks that our prison system is doing a bang up 100%, 5-star Google review job. Okay. And the reason this question is important is because the question is still looming as to what she was actually sentenced to. Was she sentenced to her natural life behind bars, meaning she will die in prison? Or was the sentencing order that she would have to serve X amount of time? Is that what the judge meant, before being considered for potential parole? And make no mistake, being eligible for parole does not mean that you will get parole. Betty Broderick was eligible for parole. She was never paroled. Diane Downs, eligible for parole, has never, probably will never be paroled. Susan Smith, the list goes on. So just because you have an opportunity for parole doesn't mean that you will get it. However, what if she does become eligible for parole? What if she is granted parole? What kind of person will she be? Will she be a better person and reenter society as a free person, or will she be worse? And that's the scary thing. And that's what makes me think that people are more inclined to write kids off and say that they're irredeemable, because they know what kind of a system they're going into. And maybe they are not actually irredeemable in that moment, but after they've been in the system for a while, they will be.
Watch the video. At one point, she goes back to her room, or her side of the house. I don't know there's room. And the dogs are in the dining room, and they make some noise. And she yells out, "Heath, Heath, Heath." That was a very specific name. That was not a disorganized name. It was not a random stranger. It was not in some strange voice. It was very controlled, not like a pressured mania, disorganized, or psychotic and disorganized. To me, that shows that she knew exactly who was going to come home. It was not disorganized. It was not illogical. It was logical. And I believe after that, she recognized the dogs keep making noise. I got to get rid of it, because I don't know if Heath's coming home. Heath, is that you?
Nene says, I'm not a psychiatrist, but that girl looks so unbothered by all of this. Psycho. We were just talking about that probably, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes before you came in. Nene, good to see you, by the way. I'm glad you're here. I can't tell if she's actually unbothered, or if, see, she's also on an antipsychotic medication. So she's sedated. And I can't tell if her affect is the way that it is because she has a flat affect and she's actually unbothered, or if it is a side effect of the medication that she's on. Ginny says, I'm a bit behind, but I just have to say that the sewer thing weirds me out for some reason. I wouldn't have ever known how to enter a sewer. The sewer thing is problematic for me as well because we don't see that interaction between her and the officer. That part was not like caught on body cam, but shortly after that is. And she does not look confused. And if you have blocked, if you don't recall anything after you let the dogs out, and the next thing that you remember is being in a sewer, I would be confused AF. Like one time years ago, I stayed up because I procrastinated. And this was like the last Christmas when all of us, all the kids were home. Okay. Because two of them were adults at that time. And so this was the last Christmas where we were all there together at the house. Everybody lived at the house together. This is before, they all started having their own lives and abandoning me. No, just kidding. They did what they were supposed to do. They grow up. That's what kids do. But I had stayed up like way too late wrapping presents and then getting up early the next morning and doing all of the Christmas things and then that afternoon I went to take a nap. And what woke me up was the tornado sirens and the, alerts that you get on the TV. And I was so effing confused. First of all, it's Christmas, okay? And so in theory, it's not tornado season. And I had no idea, and it was dark, and I had no idea what the F was going on. So but you don't see that with her. No type of confusion at all. I don't know. It is unsettling.
She is in the room with her dead mother. That to me suggests that she strongly understood the nature and the quality of what she was doing at that time. That's why she called out his name. That's why she let the dogs out, because they were making noise. She doesn't know, is that the dogs making that noise or is that he coming in? So she lets the dogs out. And this conveniently puts her right beside the camera footage that then turns off and is later found hidden behind some water bottles in the refrigerator. I presume it's hidden. There were water bottles and it was behind it in the corner. To me, that strongly suggests somebody who's trying to find evidence and avoid detection because they appreciated the wrongfulness of what they were doing. A psychotic person who's disorganized and doesn't know who they are or what just happened or where they're at, I do not believe would put the camera, take it down and put it in the refrigerator behind water bottles.
See, I wondered what he made. Hold on. I'm sorry, Dr. Pickett. I got to say this too. The camera in the refrigerator behind the water bottles thing continues to give me pause, because on the face of it, you would be thinking, why in the hell would anybody do that, right? But it's actually deviously clever if you really think about it. Yes, people are going to notice, and by people I mean Heath or anybody that a cop is going to notice that a camera in the kitchen is missing. But who is going to look in the refrigerator for that camera? And the answer is nobody, because nobody did. Heath stumbled upon it later. He found it. not law enforcement, even though they searched the house. So that is one of those things that honestly seems like she was trying to appear as if she'd had a psychotic break.
Came back out, gives her a second opportunity in front of the camera to play cool. And she said to the dog, she kind of whistles and she says to the dogs, it's okay, it's okay. And I have dogs myself, and I thought, why would I tell my dogs it's okay unless it wasn't okay?
Exactly. Why would you tell your dogs that? Nene says, my dogs, my dogs, geez, Jen, my kids abandoned me too. Yeah, it sucks, man. Yeah, remember when, Nene, they thought like they were just always like, I was a stay-at-home mom. So, I had my kids 25/8, and I remember when they were the same age as my granddaughter, and they were like my granddaughter is now. They taught, they wanted me around. And then I had to go through that period where they became teenagers, and all of a sudden they didn't want to know me at all. And not only that, and this is probably what hurt more than anything, I suddenly became the stupidest woman on the entire planet. These are kids who would ask my opinion about everything when they were little and ask me questions about how does this work, or why does this happen, or whatever, what is such and such made from? And they thought I was a genius to suddenly go from that to being the stupidest woman on the planet. But they're all doing good and they have their own lives, and that's exactly what they're supposed to do. And even though I miss those little boogers, I'm happy for them because they're happy.
Unless even seemingly the dogs might have appreciated that it wasn't okay. I'm not a dog psychiatrist, but some things seem to transcend species. And at this point, I saw the dogs were down, their ears were down, they were running around, and she lets them out. And
yeah, those dogs definitely knew that shit was awry. Absolutely. You can tell. I'm not a dog psychiatrist either. However, I have been referred to by many people as somewhat of a dog whisperer. I have an animal whisperer, really. I don't know what it is, why I'm like this. I'm glad I'm like this, but I seem to be able to understand animals much better than I do human beings. And those dogs, they knew shit wasn't right. They knew that milk. They knew something in the milk weren't clean.
Even comforts them and says, it's okay, it's okay, and whistles. And to me, that was kind of self-incriminating. It's a small thing, but a guilty conscience. If you're aware of what you've done, you might try and comfort the dogs and say, it's okay, it's okay. Then, so that's from the video footage. Then I get into the text messages. Do you want me to continue on?
Yes, please.
So with S.K. Riley, she texts and says, Carly says, I need help, which tells me she understood the situation to some degree. Then she capitalizes it, emphasizing, I need help, which tells me she's serious. She knows, she understands the nature and the quality of what just happened. Then she replies, I can't tell you, which again tells me she understood the wrongfulness, because why couldn't she tell one of her best friends unless she couldn't tell her because she understood that it was wrong?
Exactly. Look, we all know that in this day and age, and it's not like this is a new thing. This has been around for quite some time, that no matter what you do, unless you completely destroy the phone, those text messages, those in this case, texts, photos, calls, searches, snappy chats, all the things can be recovered, and they will be recovered. So yeah, you definitely don't want to leave a paper trail, which is, she knew it. And that right there is but one of many examples. And he has cited several, and I agree with him. These are all examples of why Carly was not legally insane at the time of the crime. It doesn't mean that she doesn't have a mental health issue. I suspect that she does, given the fact that she shot her mother twice in the face. I can appreciate also why. And I don't think this is anything that Heath has done. I actually think this is I think this is on Carly. I do think there's a level of deviousness here. Where she shot Heath, she had the upper hand. She knew when she texted him. She knew when he was coming home, and she was waiting for him to come home because she kept checking to see if he came home. She wasn't aiming for that man's head. She wasn't aiming for that man's chest. I think she fully intended to shoot her stepfather. That much is clear. But I think she shot him in a place where she hoped it would not be lethal. It would not be fatal. And it wasn't. I don't think that has anything to do with him. I think that has everything to do with her. Her mother was the target. That is who she wanted to kill that day. Heath, I think, was collateral damage. I think that she began writing and talking in her journals and reporting things in her journals that she frankly wasn't reporting to the people who were in an actual position to help her, which would be her therapist and her the nurse practitioner who prescribed the medication to her. And I think that I think she was setting up the insanity defense. I'm sorry, I do. I think she is smart enough to do it. I think she's an incredibly intelligent girl, and it's a shame that she used all of those smarts to do this rather than to do something good.
And then she said, I'm not going to KMS. That stands for kill myself or anything. She even appreciated that her friend was concerned that she was going to harm herself. And she recognized that and was able to tell her friend and comfort her friend, I'm not going to kill myself. That showed me a awareness of her situation and even an appreciation of her friend's concern. Continuing on, she referenced, I'm glad you met Raymond. So I found out through discovery and things and talking, and that Raymond, I believe, is a boyfriend of Sarah's or a friend or a lover or something. And she references this Raymond. And S.K. Riley even thanked her for that. To me, if you're in a dissociative spell where you are so out of your mind and so psychotic that you don't understand the nature, quality of what you're doing, I find it very hard to believe that you would be able to recall a relationship that your friend has with somebody and reference that to them.
Your Honor, maybe approach for just a second. Yes.
Oh, he was just on too much of a roll there.
Other than the Sarah Kate Rayleigh text messages, were there other messages that indicated to you, because the jury has heard some of those messages from Sarah Catherine Rayleigh and Bennett Germany, were there other messages or other things that you relied upon in determining that she did in fact know right from wrong on that day?
There's other text messages. There's one with Bennett and there's one with Thad. And then there's also some things from Brooks' statement that I read that were, but see, that's her statement, but these are actually Carly's words at the time. And so I think they're important because to me, they speak volumes about her understanding of the nature and the quality at the time. So I know those witnesses have spoken, but the text messages do speak to her understanding of the nature and the quality of what was going on.
And included in some of those messages, I think Sarah Catherine read out something to the effect of, the last message was, I'll tell you tomorrow if I see you. Did you consider that one?
Yeah. That to me suggested that she had more than an understanding, even an appreciation that there might be some consequences coming my way for this, and I may not see you tomorrow.
And similarly, when she told Thad, excuse my language, I've fucked up. I mean, that would indicate that she knew that she had done something wrong.
In my opinion, yes.
She was able to tell Bennett what her address was and where she was. Is that your understanding of the text messages between them as well?
Yes, which I did not believe that that would be consistent with a dissociative spell or somebody who was disorganized or psychotic, or even having a dissociative amnesia, that they would be able to recall their address and state it in a text message, which again requires the language centers of the brain, the visual centers, the hand-eye coordination, and the recall memory to do that.
And then I believe that you referenced in your report some of the messages with Thad, and the jury's had the benefit of hearing him testify, but he actually offered to call 911, and at some point she tells him, no, you can't do that.
Yeah. To me, that would strongly suggest that she understood the nature and quality of what happened, and that she understood the wrongfulness, because if he were to call 911 and paramedics show up, then she would be seen with a dead body there. And
I want to talk about Brooks' statement just a little bit regarding Carly shooting and attempting to kill Heath. What particularly about Brooks' statement led you to believe that Carly knew right from wrong and had specific intent for that crime?
yes, I will answer. I do want to clarify that the video footage and the text messages, that's all my opinion off of my observations of all this. When we get into Brooks' statements, that is my opinion based on somebody else's statement. So it has to be taken with a grain of salt there. But if what Brooks says is true, suppose reportedly, per her statement, Carly asked her, are you squeamish around dead bodies? Which certainly, if that is true, suggests that Carly understood at the time the nature and the quality of what she had done, and even that somebody else may have different feelings about it, which shows a higher level of appreciation, that I can not only know my feelings, but I can understand how you might feel. And then, do you want me to continue on as far as
Yes,
Brooks?
please.
Reportedly, if what Brooks says is true, Carly assured Brooke not to worry about the cameras, that they had already been taken care of. And so that would suggest to me that Carly understood the wrongfulness of what she had done, and therefore was trying to avoid detection.
And then she also made some comment to Brooke about, I put 3 in my mom and I got 3 more waiting for my stepdad when he gets home.
Yeah. If that is true, that would strongly suggest that Carly, at the time of the offense, understood the nature, quality, and wrongfulness of what she had done.
I want to back up just a little bit to Dr. Clark's diagnoses of Carly. I diagnosed her as being bipolar, schizophrenic tendencies, disassociation, and eating disorder. So we've gone through, Dr. Pickett, how you, other than the eating disorder, you do not agree with his diagnoses. But for argument's sake, let's say that all of his diagnoses are proper, that,
Okay.
that Carly did suffer from bipolar, some form or symptoms of a schizophrenic-like situation and possibly a disassociation. That does not mean that she is insane, correct?
Correct. As I was explaining earlier, having a threshold diagnosis is just your ticket to even consider insanity. Without a diagnosis, you cannot even consider the other prongs of the standard. You have to have that just to even be considered. That in and of itself does not equal insanity, in my opinion, from what I know based on the state standard. I have, from experience, I have patients who have schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, and they know when we talk, hey, all right, you're going home soon, you know you don't need to do this or that, you take your med, they know right from wrong. Just because they have the diagnosis does not mean they're insane. I do have my diagnoses.
Yes, I was about to ask you if you could tell ladies and gentlemen kind of what you diagnosed Carly with, and then kind of your overall conclusion regarding those diagnoses and how that might have affected her on that day.
Yes. So based on record review, she was diagnosed with adjustment disorder with mixed anxiety and depressed mood and a single major depressive episode. I agree with those based on the records and what I've reviewed at the time. I think those were reasonable. I also, in addition, felt like she met criteria for generalized anxiety disorder, which includes, according to the DSM-5-TR, excessive anxiety or worry occurring more days than not for at least 6 months. The individual finds it difficult to control, and they have at least 3 of the following symptoms: restlessness, or feeling keyed up or on edge, so they're antsy, they're on edge, they feel restless. Being easily fatigued, I did not think that would apply. Difficulty concentrating or mind going blank. I feel like that could apply to her zoning out. Her irritability It says muscle tension and sleep disturbances. And then it says, these cannot be better attributed to a substance or another mental disorder. So for generalized anxiety disorder, she seemed on edge. That's one of the reasons she explained to me that she smoked marijuana, was if she was going to have if she couldn't sleep at night, or if she was going to have a bad day that day, she didn't want to have a nervous breakdown at school, she might smoke marijuana to help with her anxiety and nervousness. The mind going blank, that may explain her zoning out. In psychiatry, we kind of try to find diagnoses that explain most of the symptoms, and the generalized anxiety disorder is pervasive. I mean, it goes back to when she was a child, talking with Annette Bryant about adjustment and anxiety and the issues she was having with her dad. So on edge, hence she used marijuana, mind going blank, the zoning out spells, irritability, and the sleep disturbances. All of those are included in generalized anxiety disorder. So I felt like, based on the DSM-5-TR, she met criteria for that, and it would explain a lot of her symptoms. Also, cluster B traits. So people are typically hesitant to diagnose a personality disorder in an adolescent because the brain is still developing, there's hormones involved, and it can be stigmatizing, and it takes time to really get to know that person. They have to have a pervasive pattern. I looked through years and years and years of records, decade of record, back to 2011, so 2011 to 2024, so yeah, over a decade. I felt like that gave me the ability to look at things over a long period of time. Again, I'm not going to diagnose her with a personality disorder, but she does show some emerging cluster B traits. In personality disorders, which are common, there's different clusters. They get grouped together based on different things. She shows some what's called cluster B, which includes borderline personality, antisocial personality, narcissistic personality, and histrionic personality. I think her narcissistic personality shows, especially when she talks to her therapist about, I get tired of these students who they sleep through this good teaching, and it's in a derogatory tone. When she talked about this voice that's condescending towards other people, it did not come across to me as a legitimate auditory hallucination, but more so maybe some narcissistic traits and condescension towards others. In her journal, she talks about, well, when you read this one day, maybe I'll make the nuclear bomb. Not that I plan to, but herself as this child genius that she described based on her school records, which I agree with, she might be. You'd need intellectual testing to formally prove that, but her grades certainly suggest that she's very talented and gifted. But the cluster B traits, the most important one is the borderline. So borderline personality and bipolar disorder commonly get confused, commonly. This, because both of them have the mood lability, the ups and the downs, both of them have that, but they have a different cadence. And bipolar disorder, like I said earlier, bipolar 1, 7 days, bipolar 2, 4 days, and then depressed for 2 weeks. Importantly, in borderline personality, your mood lability can be minute to minute, hour to hour, and it's often related to the circumstances around you, and it's often seen in people some of these personality disorders are often seen in people who have experienced childhood trauma. Borderline personality disorder also traits shows cutting or self-harm. Relationships are also usually very intense with your friends. I love them. I can't live without them. And in her journal, she does talk about couldn't go a day without them. Some of her friends. I'm so lucky to have them. There's also some devaluation. There's idolization and devaluation in your relationship. So one person you idolize, one person you can't stand. As a clinician, a provider, I often see this where they'll say, Dr. Pickett, you're the best doctor that I've ever seen. You're the only doctor who ever listens to me. But then they'll go see another doctor, or they'll come see me and I'll say, Dr. Pickett, you're the worst doctor. I hate you. I can't stand you. But this other doctor, he's the only doctor. So there's idolization. And with Carly, I believe there may have been some idolization of Ashley and devaluation of Kevin. Then borderline personality also.
I want to answer this for Jonah's mom. So Carly is 17 now. I wonder if she will be 18 or 21 when she is moved out of the youthful offender unit. Well, according to my research, Carly Gregg's transfer date from the youthful offender unit remains undetermined, as she is held there while awaiting the outcome of her appeals. She will generally remain in this unit until she turns 18, unless her ongoing appeals to the Mississippi Supreme Court result in a modified sentence or a new trial, or she commits a major disciplinary infractions while within the prison system. Yes. It says, if you would like, let me know if you want to track the latest developments in her Supreme Court. Yes. Track the. Oh my God. Well, let me play this while I type this out.
Deals with abandonment. Now, when I asked Carly about abandonment, whether that was an issue, she did not make it a big deal. But the way she describes her friendships, I would be skeptical if one of her friends were to abandon her, how she would take that. Would she start cutting more? A lot of patients will trade emotional pain for physical pain. So they'll cut. It's not an attempt to kill themselves, but it's an exchange. And so borderline traits, again, even though she has, and rage, anger, difficulty controlling your anger is another characteristic of a borderline personality. And so their relationships are often up and down, hot and cold, rocky. They can have trouble with their rage. And that was the last theme of when I reviewed Dr. LPC Kirk's notes, was they had talked about anger as a secondary emotion and how to appropriately manage that. That was the day before. And so generalized anxiety disorder, which can explain a lot of her nervousness, the restlessness, the zoning out, the sleep disturbances, and anxiety is a overwhelming theme throughout all of her most of her psychiatric records. The borderline personality disorder is much more consistent with traits. I'm not going to label an adolescent with a disorder. And the DSM-5 says, the DSM-5 TR says, all of the traits can become present as early as 12 to 13 years old. They can be present. So even though I'm reluctant, the DSM-5 TR recognizes that you can call them out, you can address them when you see them in unusual cases, which I think this is. Then I also said some psychopathic traits, and I don't use that word lightly, especially in an adolescent.
So as for the updates, there aren't any updates yet. They've not given an answer. They have not announced. So statutory, okay, the argument, because I want this to be very, very clear, and it wasn't clear in my mind. It is now clear in my mind. Defense attorney James Murphy argued that her life sentence is illegal under Mississippi law. He stated that as of July 1st, 2024, the state legislature removed the life without possibility of parole option for juveniles convicted of first-degree murder, limiting it strictly to capital murder. So basically, the argument is that they have got to first figure out what the hell was her sentence. Was she sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, which is under the Mississippi legislature illegal? It's an illegal sentence to give a juvenile unless that's convicted of first-degree murder. They can, however, a juvenile can be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole if they were convicted of capital murder. However, see, this is where the nuance is going to come in, okay? While she is a juvenile, she was charged as an adult. And I wonder if that is where what am I trying to say? If laws were clear and direct, then there would be no need for lawyers to interpret them, right? There would be no need for lawyers at all. Because if they were like, remember in elementary school where you had a list of rules, and they were fairly obvious, such as keep your hands, feet, and all objects to yourselves, right? That's a fairly straightforward, clear rule, not really subject, no need for interpretation. There's no need, say you're in first grade reading that rule, there's no need to go get a fifth grader to interpret that rule for you, right? It's pretty straightforward. If laws and legislature were clear, then we would have no need for lawyers. I'd have to look, and I'm not a lawyer, so it wouldn't really do me any good. I can look, but I would be curious to see if in that legislation there is any clarification about, does this pertain to simply a juvenile charged as a juvenile, juveniles in general, or are there exceptions for juveniles charged as adults? That's what's important. That's where I think the if there is a precedent like Lil Red was talking about, it's going to be more of specific language in the legislation if there isn't already. So I'm going to go look at that. But while I do, we're going to listen to this. But I want to rewind it before I go look at that because I want to hear what he said. And I mean, yes, I can be listening and I understand the words that are coming out of his mouth, but it's not like I'm taking it in because I'm also reading something. So, all right, I want to go back here.
Throughout all of her, most of her psychiatric records. The borderline personality disorder is much more consistent with traits. I'm not going to label an adolescent with a disorder. And the DSM-5 says, the DSM-5 TR says, all of the traits can become present as early as 12 to 13 years old. They can be present. So even though I'm reluctant, the DSM-5 TR recognizes that you can call them out, you can address them when you see them in unusual cases, which I think this is. Then I also said some psychopathic traits, and I don't use that word lightly, especially in an adolescent. But as I was reviewing her journal, where she says it's okay to be evil, when I see the callous nature in which she left her dead mother to text her next intended victim, and then even used the word honey, that is callous. And it is very concerning to me. In her journal, she often talked about, there were violent themes. I think she may have some, with her friends, as I was reviewing Discovery, there's memes about violence. There's often this mix of fantasy, dark humor, and violence. I've seen a lot of memes. I won't go into them, but the callousness of which she did that, she has this superficial charm. She's charming. She's very likable. I liked her when I did the interview. I don't like saying any of these things, but I truly believe them. And so she's very charming. Manipulation. She took extensive notes about how to manipulate, and I have somewhere in here, and I can find it, it's 85 pages of some manipulative behaviors that I document. Okay, here we are. I can find that if we really need to. I'm happy
That's
to
all right,
find it.
Dr. Pickett. I mean, based off of the evidence that you reviewed and her journals and sketchbooks, and the interviews with the other children, family, and friends, you determined that she had some manipulative behavior.
I did. Real quickly, and I'll move on, I thought there was a lack of remorse. I think she has shown some remorse now.
Why?
Y'all, ladies and gentlemen, jury, we've been going for a little while. I'm going to let y'all go ahead and take your afternoon restroom break. Okay?
Why do we need to approach right now? This is ridiculousness. All right, let me see what they say. Hold on. Okay. So while we wait for them to get back, which obviously I can speed up, I'm just choosing not to. Hold on, here we go. Under Mississippi's enrolled Senate Bill 2022, which became effective July 1st, 2024, the state legislature established distinct sentencing structures for juveniles based strictly on the specific classification of the murder conviction. The statute defines a juvenile offender as any individual under the age of 18 at the time the offense was committed.
Last question was, that's all right, Dr. Pickett, based off the evidence that you reviewed her journals and scratchbooks and interview with other children, family, and friends, you determined that she exhibited some manipulative behavior.
Okay, Jonah's mom. I thought, hold on a second. No. Next question. We're going to do something else really quick. Hold on. Okay. So I want to show you this. Okay. Now, let me make this and take this off. Can you see? She still has, wrong thing. She still has those right here. I wonder if that's not acne, but moles. Just a side note, means nothing. Just thought I'd share. All right, here we go. Let's get back to it.
The diagnoses that you had rendered about Carly, and we left off, you were talking about manipulative behavior. Were there any other diagnoses that you attributed to Carly?
Yes. I didn't finish my thoughts on the psychopathic traits. There's a few other characters I'd like to just say real quickly.
Sure.
About the manipulative behavior. I found one example. There's others, but I thought, her journal that talked about the emotional manipulation and the happy hurting, I thought that was concerning. She describes herself in the journal as melodramatic, and she asked herself at one point, am I just pretending just so my friends will feel obligated to comfort and care for me? About her emotional state, I thought that was manipulative. I thought about the fact that she didn't tell some of her, like LPC Kirk, about some of her marijuana use and such. I thought that was hiding and manipulative. And then when we were talking, sometimes she kind of de-emphasized certain things, and I kind of felt like I was being, pushed, not pushed towards a certain diagnosis, or I thought it was manipulative. So that's where I got that. Another psychopathic trait is like poor behavioral control. So I looked through a lot of things. I mean, obviously, the incident is a poor behavioral control, and doing there's other things. The knife incident with the school, where she initially said it was for somebody told her to. She told me that a friend told her to bring it, but then after reviewing the discovery, it said that she had told them it was for protection, and mentioned some high school students. And then some promiscuous sexual behavior. There was a sex toy found at the scene. There was the nipple piercings, and so I'm certainly not diagnosing a 15-year-old as a psychopath. I'm just saying there are some concerning traits. And given me trying to rationalize why did this happen, that played a factor.
I find this so interesting that this is what we do. This is how our system is set up. Okay. And he said it so perfectly right there. I'm trying to rationalize what happened. We're applying rational thinking to an action, a series of actions that is absolutely irrational. 'Cause, 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 'cause And I just find, I'll go check it out. I'll go look at that. Right meow, Jonah's mom. I just find it interesting.
to some degree. And then lastly, I agreed with.
I will say this. I think that it is very responsible of the psychiatrist to really elaborate that he is identifying some traits that are very concerning. But he's not saying that she is a psychopath. That's because I think people can have psychopathic traits and not be a psychopath. For example, we people can also, because most people do, have narcissistic personality traits, right? But that doesn't mean that they're narcissistic, which is why I continually, that's right, that's the right word, to become increasingly frustrated with the overuse of the word narcissist, because we all have within us narcissistic personality disorder traits. It doesn't mean that we are actual narcissists.
Some other specified trauma and stress related disorder, like an adjustment disorder with prolonged duration of more than 6 months without prolonged duration of the stressor, which basically adjustment disorder, which is a type of trauma related disorder.
And considering all of those diagnoses, what was your final conclusion? We talked about it kind of at the beginning. I want to come back to it. Your final conclusion about whether or not Carly meets the standard of McNaughton insane in the state of Mississippi.
So all of those diagnoses gets me to consider McNaughton. So she's got the ticket, she meets the threshold to consider it. So I considered it, but her actions, for which I observed on the video and reading on the text messages and reading all the discovery and understanding what seems to be the context, in my opinion, her actions strongly demonstrate that she understood the nature, quality, and wrongfulness of her actions on that day, and therefore, in my opinion, the ultimate decision is for the fact finders, but my opinion is that she does not meet Mississippi's standard for insanity.
And is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, it is.
Attorney Whitney Turner.
Cross. Thank you, Your Honor. I may beg the court's indulgence for just a second to get organized, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Pickett, or may it please court?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have a few questions for you, I guess, regarding your report and everything that you've just testified. First of all, I know you're a forensic psychiatrist, and I know you're, I think you're qualified in emergency room technique or as emergency room doctor.
Hold on a minute,
A psychiatrist.
sir. Now listen, far be it from me to tell you how to do your job, but damn, bro, we don't care what you know. Aren't you there to question this guy about what he knows? Also, Jonah's mom, I would submit that this gentleman presents more like Uncle Fester, and not the original Uncle Fester. I'm talking about Christopher Lloyd Uncle Fester than Alfred Hitchcock. That's just my suggestion. That is all.
Forensic psychiatrist.
Yes, sir.
My understanding is, when did you become a psychiatrist? I guess when you become a forensic, or when I say psychiatrist, a forensic psychiatrist, that's when you become board certified. Is that sort of, or do you just take the classes and then you get board certified?
So You complete your psychiatry residency first. You graduate from that. You get a degree that you're a psychiatrist, but at that time you're just a general psychiatrist. You still have to take whatever state boards to be licensed. Then you apply for a fellowship. It's a very competitive process. You get selected, and then you are a fellow. You're not on your own, but you are seeing forensic related cases under the supervision of your supervisor.
And when did you become, become an official board certified forensic psychologist or psychiatrist?
So I graduated from my fellowship in forensic psychiatry in June of 2023, and then I believe I took my boards around September, no, what was that? 20, yeah. That would have been in September 2023 when I got my board certification. But you're doing forensic cases, that would have started in July of 2022.
Okay, so you've been doing forensic cases since July of 22, which is approximately 2 years.
Approximately, yes, sir.
Okay, and you actually became board certified in, I guess you said October?
I'm estimating September of 2023.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So less than about a year from now, right around about a year.
Approximately, since I was board certified, yes, sir.
Okay. And you don't have a specialty in child or adolescent psychiatry, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. And wouldn't you agree that anytime you're dealing with kids, adolescents, there's little nuances and differences in those situations, correct?
I think there's certainly subtle, little, as you said, little nuances, but as a general psychiatrist, we do have experience with pediatric and adolescents. We do at least a year in our residency of exclusively child and adolescent. So we do get trained on it in residency, and as a general psychiatrist, you commonly can see whatever age you feel comfortable with. You don't have to be board certified to see it, is what I'm trying to say.
Not saying you don't. I guess my question is, I'm sort of getting into, there's an actual, board certification, which is for children and adolescents.
Yes, sir.
And so how many more years of school would you have to go to get to that point?
That's 2 years, I believe.
Okay. And that sort of, you get all the specialties and everything, so you know the nuances and how everything works. Is that correct?
I think they could have more training in it. I agree
Okay.
with that.
And Dr. Clark, who you watched testify yesterday, he's board certified in children and adolescent psychiatry, correct?
According to what he said, yes, sir.
Yes. Are you doubting what Dr. Clark said about his qualifications?
No.
Okay. So he would have more, training and stuff as far as, with children and adolescents, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he's also, I think, been practicing for, I think it was 25 or 30 years, correct?
I think that's what he said, yes, sir.
And so he would have a lot more experience than you do, because you're, where you're at for forensic psychiatry just started about a year ago. Would that be correct?
What part of that are you asking is correct? That my training was just a year ago, or that he has a lot more experience than me?
He has a lot more experience than you.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, he's even taught psychiatry, correct?
That's what he said.
Okay. Now, Les, I want to go through this. It seems like, have you ever heard of the term confirmational bias?
To some degree, yeah.
Okay. And isn't it true that what confirmational bias is you get something in your head and then you go out and you start trying to prove it, as opposed to figuring out what the big picture is, you sort of narrow it down and you try to get a specific result. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I think that would be the definition of confirmation bias.
Now, do we have a little bit of confirmational bias in this situation?
Honestly, I do not believe so. I told the prosecutors that I'm going to be as objective as I can, but once I start reviewing discovery and learning about this case, depending on what those point me to, will determine my opinion. And once my opinion falls on the side, then I'm going to, advocate my opinion.
Well, there's some things that I guess and I'm not going to go through everything as far as your report and everything, because I'm not a psychiatrist, and you know a whole lot more about psychiatry than I can ever ask you questions about. But you would agree with me, Dr. Clark testified that he had diagnoses that were very different from the ones that you had today.
Yes, sir.
And you would also agree that Dr. Clark has a lot more experience, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, there's some things that I wanted to go over because you talked about, I guess, that there wasn't really anything that could be used that would lead you to believe that she was suffering from, I guess what Dr. Clark called wasn't delusional. What was it? What did he term it? What was her condition?
He said many things.
Yeah, wasn't it dissociative or something? What was it? What was he saying that she was suffering from?
I don't want to speak for Dr. Clark, but I believe he was saying something along the lines.
Disassociation, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, is that what he was saying, that she was in a state of disassociation?
I think he said that.
Okay. And so you don't believe that, well, one, let me back up. You said you're not really familiar with that, correct?
I said I'm not the nation's leading expert on it, but we get trained on it in residency. I've read about it in the DSM-5 TR. I've read various articles about it preparing for this. So
Have you had people that have been under this affliction before?
very few.
Very few. And it's not something that's common.
It's not.
And I think something that's important is you said this is a very unusual case. This is a rare case. Wouldn't you agree on that?
I think it's unusual for a 15-year-old to shoot and kill their mother, and it's unusual in that aspect. It is not unusual as far as the psychiatric diagnoses and mental health based on review of her records, in my opinion. That's actually very common.
So the situation is very unusual. You don't see this very often. And the fact pattern is really unusual in this, isn't it?
Can you elaborate a little bit on what you mean by fact pattern?
Well, did you ever see any violent tendencies at any time? Were you able, in your, I guess, review of everything, were you able to see any violent tendencies that she had? And I'm talking about Carly.
I'm simply trying to recall some of the journal entries because some of them had negative themes, that I would say, and they idolized characters who were violent. And so did she have some predilection towards that, or based on her personal journal? Yes. But did I see any from her? No, I did not.
I mean, look, here's the deal. There are many people. This is not that uncommon for the first offense to be the worst offense. We've seen it time and unfortunately time and time again. And it's only when people go on and really think about, like the show Evil Lives Here, okay? When those people that are close to the person who committed a crime, the crime of murder specifically, that's what they deal with on that show. When they really go back and look at things with hindsight, that is when the red flags then become clear. The thing about this situation that makes it difficult is the person or people who would be in the best position to speak to that are the people that, one of them is a victim, and the other people, like her grandparents, are people who don't actually, they want to see her punished, but not that much. So if you're going back to collect historical data and you're interviewing them, and their goal is to keep Carly from getting a very stiff prison sentence, or prison sentence at all. In fact, if their goal is to get Carly declared or found insane at the time that she committed the crime, then she wouldn't be in a prison facility at all. She would be in a secure facility for juveniles, mind you. They didn't want her charged as an adult either. So that's what makes this situation, this case, these circumstances difficult. And to me, based on the testimony given by both forensic psychiatrists, who I feel are both competent and both did their jobs, right? But to me, it seems like Dr. Pickett here looked at the circumstances as a whole rather than certain parts of the circumstances. It felt to me like, and this, and if that, and the way that it came across is really probably less the fault of Dr. Clark and more the fault of the defense attorneys, because the doctor can only testify to the questions that he's asked. So the type of testimony that these defense attorneys elicited from their witness seemed more like he cherry picked circumstances and situations. And I would argue that if anybody showed confirmation bias, it would have been Dr. Clark, not Dr. Pickett. That's just my assessment of both of their testimonies. So there you have it.
And the journal was what that you saw that she talked about
Also,
movies and different things.
Uncle
like that.
Fester's
That's
getting
that
sped
led you
up.
to believe that she has violent tendencies.
In her journals, she talks about happy hurting with her emotional manipulation. She talks about she really liked the Pinocchio movie, and her favorite parts were when the bomb dropped on the church that killed Carlo and Mussolini, and she referred to that she might one day be famous for making a nuclear bomb.
Yes, Jenny. Seems like they want her to serve super secret probation. This isn't that kind of crime. And, you know, I can appreciate the family's position on this, okay? It is their daughter, their wife, who is the ultimate victim of this crime. She's the one that Carly killed, okay? Perhaps they recognize that nothing is going to bring Ashley Smiley back. And the one person that's left that is, I guess, like Ashley's legacy is her child, her daughter, Carly. And perhaps their thinking is they've lost Ashley forever. They don't want to lose Carly too. And I can't fault them for thinking that way. And believing that. I don't fault them, and I'm not even judging them. People feel how they feel. But the law is not going to, the law doesn't care about that. That's not how the law isn't set up. Our justice system isn't set up that way. As Hockett says, there is something about her. When I see her, I just get a feeling. I can't argue there. There is something about Carly that I can't quite put my finger on yet. And it's not a good feeling that I get from her. And I think what complicates this situation is the seriousness of the crime which she is convicted of. The person, her victim, which is her mother, and the question that we have to answer as a society is, how do we deal with people who are 14 years old at the time they committed their crime? And it's such a serious crime. Murder is the worst thing that you can do to a person. That is that in our system, right? That is the crime that carries the strictest sentence. It's the most serious crime you can be charged with in the United States. And when a 14-year-old perpetrates that type of crime, how do we deal with them? How can we know? Because the truth of the matter is we can't ever know what kind of person Carly or anybody that's her age is. We cannot predict the future. We just can't. And if you add on top of that, okay, so we already know what she is capable of because she did it, right? She committed murder. She killed her mother. That's established, and the defense isn't even arguing that, okay? We already know that she's capable of doing something like this, okay? Now add in to that mixture, to that combination, the institutionalization that is the prison system in the United States, whether that is the juvenile system and, or in this case, so we'll just leave it at and the prison system for adult offenders. Even if at the end of the day, the Mississippi Supreme Court determines that while the sentencing order seems to state that Carly is going to serve the rest of her natural life behind bars, that is not a legal sentence for juveniles in Mississippi that are convicted of first-degree murder. And they decide that she's going to serve X amount of years before becoming eligible for parole. Okay. How do we know what we can? I mean, what is she going to be a better person after having served 35 years, for argument's sake, after serving 35 years in the system? Will she come out better? I would say that the likelihood of her coming out better is slim to none.
Not that she had any plans to do that, and it's okay to be evil, and she chooses fire because it is powerful, beautiful, and deadly. So no, I did not see her do violent acts aside from the offense, but I did see a theme of concerning things, and many of them had violent themes.
And that's it. That what you just read off, that was it.
I do not believe that's it. That's what I could find as a needle in a haystack of an 85-page report, but there were.
S. Hockett says, I wonder how many minors commit crimes with that mindset. I'm a minor. I won't do hard time. I cannot imagine a minor in this day and age having that mindset, because if they do, they're incredibly naive, because I think if anything I could see that being the mindset of a minor in the 80s, the 70s, but certainly not any time after the mid to late 90s. Jenny says they need to hurry and figure this out, because this won't be the one and only kid to commit this crime. Absolutely. Not only will she not be the one and only kid to commit this crime, sadly, she isn't the one and only kid to commit this crime. And if the ultimate goal of our justice system and prison system is to protect society, well, when does the protection of society end? Because if you take a 14-year-old who's already got a propensity towards violence, but the laws have decided that a life sentence, strictly sentencing a kid to life without parole, is illegal. Now, that being said, it is important to note that, again, just because if they reverse this whole thing and they end up giving her life with the possibility of parole after X amount of years, okay, just because she's eligible for parole doesn't mean that she'll automatically get parole. But at some point, it's more likely than not that she might actually, we have to at least entertain that possibility that at some point she's going to be paroled. And if that happens, what type of person then are you releasing into society? That's what's scary to me. That's a problem. And I do think there's a disparity in our justice system because at her age, it's the state's argument that she was straight up sentenced to no possibility of parole. She was 14 when she committed her crime in Mississippi. Leilani Simon has a shot at parole. That's messed up. Look at the crime she committed. Leilani Simon has a shot at parole. And she has a history of fucked upness. And not just fucked upness towards children, her own children. And she's got a shot at parole. And she thinks she's a good manipulator and they're going to store her for what, 50 years? In a place where I guarantee you that there are people that are more manipulative than she is. So she's going to come out, what, having learned some shit? Fantastic. This is where I get frustrated. Let me just keep playing before I get like on a real tangent. And it's 8 o'clock tonight before we finish this video.
Themes of that.
Now, you said, you brought this up, and you said life's greatest, illusion is innocence? Mm-hmm. And you made a big deal of that, right? And you said that you thought that was, I don't say inappropriate, but her putting it in her journal caused you concern.
To some degree, yes, especially given the context of where we're at now.
Do you know where that comes from? It comes from a video game. That's it. It's a video game. It's called Skyrim. Yeah. No clue, did you? You had no clue that's where it was coming from. Did you think she made it up?
I am familiar with the game Skyrim as a gamer myself. Her
screen
name was Lazy Assassin. That was her online screen name, too. We're going to talk about video games and violence and Skyrim. And Skyrim is an adult game, and there are some things in there that I don't think are appropriate for a 14-year-old, but that's just my personal opinion.
Tell it. Testify. Yes. 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 You can take a quote from anywhere, and I can read it and think one thing and interpret it one way, and somebody else. It is the fact that she chose to take that in. That is where the issue is. That's why he's concerned. Get indignant, Dr. Pickett. He's calling you on the carpet about Skyrim. And he's like, I'm a gamer myself, and I played Skyrim. And here comes the attorney in his brain. This was his brain right at that moment.
Ah, fuck.
All right, here we go.
And kids play that all the time, and I agree with you. There's probably things that are inappropriate. But that's the game. Did you not recognize it?
No.
Now, there's also, I think you would agree with me, that there's a lot of, in her journals, there's a lot of, I guess, quotes from songs or lyrics from songs and things like that. And that's all pretty benign, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the one thing, and this is where I get into this confrontational bias a little bit, every time there's something points to a different...
Listen, Mr. Attorney Man, Uncle Fester, bro. It's not confirmational bias. It's confirmation bias. If you're going to try to school homeboy over here, you better come correct, sir.
Different position or for what Dr. Clark brings up. You say you're discounting the journal, that where she says that she's hearing voices and all this kind of stuff, and she's hearing voices before this incident. You're like, I'm going to discount that. That doesn't really count. But then you turn around and want to use stuff like this and say, yeah, I'm taking these little statements and it's violent tendencies. So why is it that you're sort of, how you say, cherry picking the different parts of it that suit you?
I would have to disagree with that. I'm bring up a few highlights that are concerning to me. But also in my report, I mentioned that in her sketchbook, she has some sketches of little ponies. That wouldn't support that she's violent. That's included in my report. And also, some of the journal stuff is inconsistent in that she mentions, feeling numb and things like that in January in her journal, but then come February, she tells that to the nurse practitioner and they attribute it to her Zoloft. And so some of the things in her journal, are conflicting with what I'm hearing from other sources. So I don't put a whole lot into it. I'm certainly not basing my decision about her insanity on those things. But to even consider insanity, you have to have the prerequisite threshold diagnosis. And therefore, I did a deep dive into an adolescent's journal. But that was only one piece.
Now, the biggest thing that you said led you to believe that, caused you concern was that you were not seeing, I guess, any reporting from either of the two. I guess it's Kirk and the other therapist, and that caused you some concern because you were saying that normally, individuals are going to confide in that person. Would you agree?
Generally, most people would confide in their mental health professional about things that they were concerned about regarding their mental health.
Yeah, now we had some testimony from one of the therapists today, and she said that it had taken her, I guess, a year and a half before Carly had opened up about some issues. And I think with these people that she started seeing in January, that would have only been about 3 months of seeing people, correct? So there wasn't a lot of history with therapists between, I guess, when she went in January 15th to when the incident happened. Would you agree on that?
I agree that there was only those two within that period, but there are older records from a therapist that were also reviewed in my report.
And she wouldn't have any issues back then, or correct?
No, and that was actually closer to the traumatic event.
Now, are you sure that's the traumatic event? Because that's one of the things you go to the traumatic event. You can have other things that cause you to have a traumatic event, correct?
You can.
Yeah. So when you're saying that there's a traumatic event in her life and it's whatever happened is 5 years ago, we really don't even know if that's what it was, correct?
We don't, but by talking to her and asking about her history, it does seem like when she's talking that was a significant trauma. The Kevin, the neglect, the abuse, and her sister dying at a young age, and her parents divorcing. Those were big, and she hasn't mentioned anything bigger than that to me, or that I have seen in the records.
Now, she was diagnosed with, I guess it would be a major, psychological issue in January. Was that correct?
I believe LPC Kirk diagnosed her with adjustment disorder, with mixed anxiety and depressed mood, and the mental health nurse practitioner Lieber agreed with that, also diagnosed her with adjustment disorder, and said that she met criteria for a single episode of major depressive disorder.
Yes, and medication was prescribed, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was never discontinued, correct?
No, sir.
And when we're saying discontinued, I'm not trying to, play loose and fast with my question. It is, she's continued to have medication to this day since January of January of this year until currently, as far as you know, correct?
I know she had it up until the incident. I have heard some of the things that she's been on in jail or being detained. I don't know the specifics of all that.
Now, in jail, she was diagnosed with a psychological disorder and treated with high doses of antipsychotics, correct?
I would say it's a moderate dose. I think it's 10 of Abilify, Dr. Clark said. I mean, when I'm at the state hospital, now these are adults, I do go up much higher doses, 20 milligrams even, maybe even 30 at times. So 10 milligrams, adolescent, seems moderate. One of the is, I believe she was on Celexa in jail. So Celexa, that one's a little concerning to me because Lexapro, and Celexa has Lexapro in it, essentially.
I was just going to say.
Citalopram is two mirror images. The R citalopram and the S citalopram. They're mirror images. It gets into biochemistry, blah, blah, blah. But it has both in it. The Lexapro is just the S citalopram portion. So to me, if you're really concerned that the medication was causing some issues, having her on citalopram, Celexa, which is still Lexapro, doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Now, the Abilify, we use that for many things. And that could explain some of the,
Well, and this is one thing Dr. Clark had explained it yesterday. And he said that, your Celexa has the Lexapro, but it has what are the other qualities? And it affects the brain a little bit different. So some people that don't do well in Lexapro do well in Celexa. Would you agree on that?
I would recommend, if somebody had reportedly a bad experience on Lexapro, then you shouldn't use the SSRI that is as close as possible to it and literally contains the same medicine. I think that would be a bad idea.
I agree.
That's where
Hold on a second. If what caused this was a change in medication, as if she had some type of reaction to the medication, right? And the medication is Lexapro, then citalopram, which contains Lexapro, is probs not a good idea. I would think, if that's the argument being made by the defense. So how's she doing okay on citalopram?
Dr. Clark.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about, I think you were talking about Dr. Hardy's evaluation of Kevin Gregg.
Yes, sir.
And that's a person you have never, ever seen. You have seen 3 pages of, was it medical records I think you testified to?
Yes, sir.
And you're wanting to basically say that the doctor that has seen him is wrong on his diagnosis, that actually saw him. I know you said it was only for a few hours according to the records. 1 hour for the records that you saw.
Total for all 3 visits was 1 hour.
And so you're saying that he got it wrong, and you don't know if there's even more medical records, do you?
I've asked for the other medical records. I wanted the other medical records because I really wanted to confirm or deny whether Mr. Kevin Gregg actually legitimately has one of these mental disorders or whether it's just substance abuse.
So the way I got it and the way your testimony was, and maybe I could be wrong, but it seemed like you were saying you don't want to say, or first of all, we were dealing with bipolar, and evidently there's a heredity issue with bipolar.
Yes, sir.
And so you were wanting to say that Kevin Gregg really doesn't have bipolar, therefore the heredity part of the prong that would go towards Carly doesn't exist.
I would say yes, if he doesn't legitimately have bipolar disorder, then it makes it less likely that Carly has it.
And so your reasoning is that
Actually, I believe what his issue is that the prescription medication that was prescribed for the father being a bipolar, if that is an accurate diagnosis, seems counterintuitive, meaning he was given controlled substances that are frequently abused, and he already has a substance abuse issue. So it seems, counterintuitive to give him something that he could potentially abuse, which, by the way, when you abuse your psychiatric medications, if you are with a mental health disorder, the mental health disorder is not going to get better. Okay. So I think that's what I took away from his assessment of Carly's father.
you want to make another diagnosis over a doctor that actually saw the individual and diagnosed them with bipolar.
I don't want to, but as my job entails, I have to look at the details. And people are misdiagnosed frequently. I know this because I work at the state hospital and these patients come to me and reportedly they have a diagnosis of this or that, and we kind of go through their history and we're like, no, it actually seems more consistent with this. So it is standard to question previous doctors on the records, especially when they're so sparse, especially when there's a big history of drug abuse. That can make you look manic, that can make you look psychotic. I wouldn't be doing my job if I just accepted any piece of paper that says somebody has a diagnosis.
So even though there is a diagnosis, a valid diagnosis from a doctor, and you don't have anything to overturn it, you're like, I'm not accepting it. It's basically my understanding.
I disagree with the diagnosis based on extensive review of Mr. Kevin Gregg per all the records, Ashley's description of him, Carly's description of him, grandparents' description of him to the deputy as I was watching the video. Anybody that knew him knew he was addicted to many substances, and he was prescribed Adderall, Klonopin, and Ambien. If I have somebody with bipolar disorder, I'm not going to prescribe them Adderall because that can really push them into a manic episode. And when I reviewed Dr. Hardy's records, he did not justify. If I have a patient that comes to me and this is our first interview, I will say, according to the records I've reviewed, Mr. Johnny has schizophrenia because he had delusional thoughts, he had disorganized thinking, he had auditory hallucinations, and here's the records I based that off of. And Dr. Hardy did not do any of that. And actually, his substance abuse was minimized in those records. And so I just don't believe that Kevin may have been as forthcoming with Dr. Hardy, and he may not have had all the records.
Now, what is Thorazine?
It's an antipsychotic.
And that would be something that that was prescribed to Kevin Gregg by Dr. Hardy.
I don't know everything Dr. Hardy may have prescribed him. I know the ones that were very concerning.
And you didn't see that one? You didn't see that?
I don't remember.
What about, I guess it's Respira?
Risperdal.
Yeah, what's that?
That's an antipsychotic.
Okay, that was prescribed to Kevin Gregg by Dr. Hardy, which would be consistent with what's that treating?
We use antipsychotics for behavior. So if somebody comes in and they are acting erratic, violent, aggressive, yelling, screaming, throwing fits, hurting people, we often use mood stabilizers and antipsychotics. So just because somebody's on an antipsychotic does not mean they have a psychotic illness or bipolar disorder.
Thank you. It is, look, if her father was known to use methamphetamines, okay, and the thing about methamphetamines is, you know, it's wholly manufactured. It's a made up substance, okay, and it's not like meth labs have like an overseer for quality control. Okay, you don't know what you're going to get, and it's a dangerous substance. All right, you ever, and people who are withdrawing from meth frequently are agitated, angry, aggressive, which can present as other issues when the actual underlying issue, and it's, look, I'm not saying that Mr. Gregg doesn't have a mental health disorder, okay, but this is why I appreciate the testimony of this psychiatrist, because basically what he's testifying to is that this is not like strep throat. Okay. This isn't a patient coming in and complaining of a fever and a sore throat. So you run a strep throat culture, comes back from the lab. It is indeed strep. Okay. And you treat strep with antibiotics, right? Now, even in that, under those circumstances, there's, maybe one antibiotic for this particular strain of strep doesn't work. You have to, go to another one, or usually it's in the penicillin family, but there are people that are allergic to penicillin, so you have to use a different type of antibiotic. Mental health is not like that. There is not a culture. You can't take a blood test and determine. It has to be based on what the patient is telling you and what they can confirm. And unfortunately, the way that our mental health system is set up in the United States is, it takes a long time even to get in to see a psychiatrist. And they're doing the best that they can. But what he's testifying to is that there are mental health disorders that have overlapping symptoms. And it takes time and supporting evidence. And you don't always get it right the first time. That's what he's testifying to. That's what he's testifying to. Like, I know that it's not your job to be like reasonable and understand him because you're a defense attorney and you're advocating for your client, but that it is the jury's job to suss out all of this. And if I was sitting on this jury, this is the determination I would make.
Now, you never looked at the medical records from the jail, correct?
I looked at the ones that were sent to me from Region 8, and I glanced over them. I didn't necessarily put a lot of weight on them, only because I am evaluating her sanity at the time of the offense. And what she says to people now that cannot be objectively confirmed, I can't see it and do it in myself and really see that I see this without such giant secondary gain. I'm real skeptical of those things, and so I didn't put a lot of weight into them.
Because the way I understand it is, she gets diagnosed in January with, I think, with a major situation, however you want to call it. It was a one-time kind of deal.
Yes, sir.
And then you were in here when one of the witnesses disclosed that Carly and her talked about Carly hearing voices. Remember that?
I do.
Okay. And so that happened before the situation happened on the 19th. And then you had, in the journal, it talked about hearing voices. And I think that was on the 12th of March, which was right before the situation.
Right. But the person that she told this story to is not a mental health professional. Okay. And it's not just reporting the symptoms. Okay. It's the way in which the symptoms, i.e., the hearing of the voices, is reported. It is Carly's description of those voices and how they present and how it makes her feel, etc. That is what is causing the side eye, which I'm sure that you understand, and you're going to try to shake this doctor, but I don't think you're going to be successful. How much more time do we have to watch this as it's painful? Hold on. Not much longer. All right, here we go.
Correct.
Well, a few things I'm skeptical about is the friend. I believe they're still friends, is what was said yesterday, and that they still communicate to some degree. And sometimes ideas can be implanted after the fact, and people don't know. So I'm real skeptical of that because of the large secondary gain and the things that have been consistent with malingering. The journal article for the 12th, when I see people that have schizophrenia and they are suffering with these auditory hallucinations that they do not want, they do not like, that bother them, they usually do not describe them as quite silly, and they do not describe them as ravenously screaming at each other, and thankfully physical altercation is not fruitful. That's not how they describe it.
How would a 14-year-old describe it?
I think she would go to her mother and say, Mom, I'm hearing voices. And the mother, especially if she was as...
Not just a 14-year-old, this 14-year-old. And there is much evidence that Carly is exceptionally smart, exceptionally communicative, and I think that I think that if she were truly having auditory hallucinations, also, I have to say this, I have known schizophrenics in my life, and none of them have ever described the voices as being quite silly, ever. In fact, they have described the voices very opposite of that they say the most horrifying, dark, cruel, mean things that you could ever imagine. So I have to agree with the psychiatrist here. Do I think she was malingering? Yeah, I do a little bit. She probably, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with her. I'm not saying she has no mental health issue. But that's not what the determination is here. The determination is whether or not she was insane at the time that she committed the crime. And I don't think that she was.
involved as Ashley would have taken her and made sure that the mental health providers knew about it.
Well, I think all the testimony is that she didn't want her mother to know about that, correct? Isn't that what all the testimony is?
I haven't heard all of the testimony. I've heard the last 2 days.
I mean, even for the last 2 days, I think the testimony has been, especially you heard everything that Dr. Clark said, everything was that the mother did not want to, or Carly didn't want the mother to know about.
So why tell anybody? Why tell anybody that she was hearing voices? Her mom worked at the school, for the love of Pete, the school that she went to. Come on. Why mention it at all? Why mention it in a journal prior to the crime? Why write it down? Why leave any evidence of it at all if she was afraid that her mother would find out? She certainly was aware that her mom went through her things. That's how they found the iPod. Come on. Don't play with us.
Her, I guess, issues. I think you even talked to her in jail about this very thing, didn't you?
I never talked to her in jail. I talked to her here in the courtroom doing my evaluation.
I'm
She
sorry,
did
it's,
talk.
it's connected. So
Okay, yeah. My impression was that she wanted to hide, especially some of the more negative things from her mother, the burner phone, the marijuana, talking to the boy. It's not my impression that she was trying to hide her mental health from her mom. I think her mother, from everything I could gather, was very aware of her mental health, and therefore her mother insisted on taking her to seek help.
Now, you did bring up a good point, and you brought it up a couple times, the individual, like clients, patients, however you want to characterize it, a lot of times they're not forthcoming with everything to people like psychiatrists, psychologists, individuals that are therapists, people like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you heard from one of her therapist today that she was having to drag stuff out, that she was almost about to, say, hey, we need to switch to another person because I'm not getting a lot of, I'm not pulling stuff out of you. I'm not helping you a whole bunch. Do you remember that?
My impression was that Dr. Kirk thought that she was doing fairly well and was considering discharging her, or referring her elsewhere if necessary. But at that last visit, pride hurt, got pushed to talk about the stuff with her mother, and that's when the rage and the anger came up.
Now, at one point, Carly, and this is stuff, again, put in her journal, and said that she had a psychological or psychotic break. Do you remember that part of the journal?
Yes, sir.
And you said you didn't put a lot of credence into it because it was something that she wrote, and I think you said the journal was, she was using it as sort of like theatrical and things of that nature. Is that sort of your take on it?
Yeah, I said there's a mixture, seems like, of what might be truth and what seems theatrical.
Now, the disassociation, which we were just talking about, you're not really, you said you know about it, but you're not an expert, and you said you have seen it in rare cases. We agreed that this was a rare case, correct? Or your words, I can't remember.
It's an unusual case in that a 14-year-old killed her mother. It's not unusual in that her mental health, so anxiety and depression, those are common.
And Dr. Clark had gone through and spelled out exactly how disassociation works and how it could work with her, how it was working that on the 19th, correct?
Yes, and I enjoyed the academic exercise of talking about dissociative spells, but in my opinion, what Carly did that day was not consistent with dissociative spells at all because of so much specific intent.
And just getting into the specific intent that you're talking about, if you're in the dissociative, situation, you wouldn't be knowing what you're doing with all that. You could be doing that, and I think the research shows that you can do that, correct?
I think the literature is very sparse on this. I think the literature talks, there are case reports or examples of violence being completed in a dissociative state, but again, based on my review of the video and Carly's text messages at the time, it, in my opinion, shows way too much intentional, high-level executive functioning to be in this unknown dissociative spell, and yet do so many specific things.
Right, and it sort of goes back, you're talking about, I think what the literature says is that happens. It's rare. This is a rare case to begin with, and then you have more, I guess, rarity in a lot of the facts. So, I mean, it's possible that happened, correct?
It's in the realm of possibility.
Yes.
But I have to say that what's a lot more common and the literature supports is arguably the most commonly malingered thing is malingering amnesia, particularly after a homicide. And that's much more common than what you might be able to possibly do in a rare dissociative state.
Right, and that's where you go back in and you start looking at sort of different things that had happened as far as you're looking in the journals, you're talking to the friends, you're seeing things like that. One thing that on the jail records that was very important was it showed that she had said that she was having hallucinations. I think more than, I think she did that in at least a couple months, and they gave her a Abilify. I think you remember that.
Were they visual or auditory hallucinations?
Auditory hallucinations, I believe. Yeah, auditory hallucinations.
That she reports.
She reports to the medical staff at the jail. They give her a Abilify, and then after a few months, it gets better.
That's all per Carly.
Yeah, but that would also be consistent that, because you can have a I guess a episode, a psychiatric episode, and it doesn't all start at one time. It builds, correct?
Cases vary. Some people, it shows subtly and then progresses. Other people may do a substance and then it causes a break or something like that. So it can vary.
It can vary, and you can, in this situation, there was stuff that was out there before this happened. And then we have the 19th of March, and that's when the situation happens. And then right on the back end is where you have, I guess, she's telling the person in jail, this is what's going on, and they prescribe her this medication, and then it gets better. Did you talk to her about that, about the hallucinations no longer being present?
I don't remember us getting into that too much. Sometimes I try not to interject or implant. I don't want to say, hey, are you having this? Are you having that? I want them to voluntarily tell me, because I don't want to implant ideas in people's heads. And so most of the time, if they're really experiencing these things, when I see my patients with schizophrenia at the hospital, they gladly tell me and eagerly tell me and beg for me to help them.
Well, you keep saying when you see your clients at the hospital who have schizophrenia, you didn't diagnose her with schizophrenia, correct?
No, sir. I'm just using schizophrenia as a standard psychotic illness.
Well, when you saw her, I guess it was on the 30th of August, not too long ago.
Yes, sir.
She's competent. She answered all your questions, all that kind of stuff. There wasn't any problems, correct?
Correct.
She's lucid. I mean, she was on the 30th. She was 100% fine.
Yes, sir.
The big question is how she was back on the 19th of March, correct? That's what you're here for.
Yes, sir.
And so right after that, there's records at the jail where she's saying she's having these hallucinations. They're giving her medications. And then it seems that works because she no longer, I think there's some notes that she no longer having them. So wouldn't that be something that you would want to look at?
It's not necessarily pertinent to how her mind frame was at the time that she killed her mother, especially when I have video footage of her at that time, and I have text messages of her conversations at that time. I have all the statements of everybody who knows her way better than me. I have medical records from years, hearing exactly what she says afterwards when there's a big secondary gain.
Well, what about the victim in the case, her stepfather? Her stepfather describes her as, that's not Carly. That's what his testimony was. And he's the person that actually saw her. And I know you haven't said anything about that, and that would seem that would be something that's very, very important when he's saying she was not in her right mind. And that's when it's happening.
I tried to call him and interview him, and he didn't want to talk to me. But later he called me for about 6 minutes on the phone at the request of Attorney Todd, and we talked, but it was very limited to Carly's been forgetting things and zoning out. I wanted to talk to him and hear his side.
Did you not hear the testimony?
I didn't hear his. I was only here for yesterday and today's.
Okay. Because he said that, would this have any impact, is if he's saying that she did not look like she knew who he was.
Well, she called his name 3 times when she knew he was coming home, and she texted him and said, hey, when are you coming home? So I find it hard to believe that she didn't know who he was. Now, him being in a shocked state, looking in her eyes, if she's in a shocked state too, because she's about to shoot him or attempting, I don't know how much he could decipher accurately at that time.
So his opinion on her state and how she looked and things like that really doesn't play with you very well.
I would take it into consideration. I do not think it would change my opinion.
And I mean, just so that you're guessing, there's nothing that I can say up here when I'm asking you questions that's going to change your opinion, correct?
No.
If you were to give me some objective evidence of things, I would certainly take that into consideration.
You wouldn't just go like what we did with Heath Smiley and just say, you know, I don't think that he can make a good determination.
No, I've based my opinion off of the mountain of evidence that I have reviewed, my clinical evaluation of 4.5 hours with Ms. Carly, reviewing all the medical records. I have based my opinion on that, and if there was new information that was relevant, I would certainly consider it.
May I beg the court's indulgence?
Yes.
Oh, Jenny, thank you so much. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for making this the best place on the tubes to watch trials. I appreciate you and your mods. Well, thank you so much, Jenny. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm glad you like it over here. I sometimes wonder if I'm doing, like, if anybody wants to be watching these, but this tells me, yes, there are people that are interested and enjoy watching these trials. I find that this begging the court's indulgence is usually indicative of they're about to wrap it up. I have to agree with
Forensic psychiatrist.
I have to agree with the psychiatrist on the stand. Would I listen to what Heath Smiley said? Yes, I would. How much weight would I give it under the circumstances? Probably very little. When he walked through that door, she was aiming a firearm at him. Okay. And his interpretation and perception of a highly volatile, stressful situation is probably not 100% accurate. Now, could she have been wide and wild-eyed? Yeah, absolutely. But the fact is, she texted him and used good punctuation. Most people would write out that text, "Are you on your way home, honey?" ? Or even leave off the question mark. not only did Carly, excuse me, hold on a second. All right. Sorry about that. Not only did Carly include the punctuation mark at the end, the question mark, but she also included the comma before honey, because that's the right way to use that comma. That means something else. Her action, you can't just take one, and that's what he's trying to explain to this attorney. And it's obviously it's, the attorney's not going to concede this, but this is why I think the jury came to the conclusion that they came to, because certainly we're all capable of picking out one portion of a story or one specific circumstance and saying, well, doesn't this circumstance, isn't this circumstance evidence of A, right? But when you take all of the circumstances in their totality, the total action, type of action, and that is like literal action, right? With the calling out for Heath multiple times to see if he was home, texting him, the keeping the firearm behind her back out of the view of the camera, all of those things. And you take the totality of all of the actions taken that day. That's what you're trying to do. You're not trying to take if you've got a 500-piece puzzle, you cannot take one piece of that puzzle and say, this is the picture. You need all of the pieces. And that's what this witness is testifying to.
Did you treat many kids at all?
Not as a general psychiatrist, not as a forensic psychiatrist. As an emergency physician, I frequently treat kids.
And just dealing with, I guess, your role as a forensic psychiatrist in this situation, how many evaluations on adolescents and kids have you done?
As a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
Probably my first.
Okay. How many times have you been qualified as an expert to come in and give opinions?
I did have to testify in another case on a patient who was bipolar, and the ex-wife was trying to say just because he was bipolar he couldn't see his kids, and I said he's doing great, he's taking his med, he could see his kid. I was an expert at that. It was mental health in the legal system, so I think that would qualify, but that's my only other time.
Okay, so this is your first time in a criminal case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is your first time doing an evaluation on a 14-year-old?
I'd like to clarify my last answer. This is my first time testifying in a criminal case. I have done competency evaluations and sanity evaluations for patients regarding criminal cases. I just haven't testified in those cases.
Gotcha. Have you done many evaluations of children and adolescents?
No, sir.
May I beg the court's indulgence for a moment again? Okay, and this is one thing. There were two other evaluations that were done, and that's Dr. Clark and I think Giuliano. Yeah. Okay, neither one of them came to the conclusion that there was malingering, correct?
Not that I recall.
Okay, we would tender, Your Honor.
Dr. Pickett, you've done
All right.
or close to over 100.
Okay, you guys, I think they've made their point. Now, hold on a second. Let me get down, Ellis. Oh, get down. All right. Let me go. I don't know. I have to find it on here. I know where it was in the other one. I remember the timestamp because it was in the comment section. But after this, okay, now they're going to get into, it's got to be around here, right around here. They're going to get into, this is the charging conference, okay? There is an interaction that happens.
All right. Does the defense have a copy of the state's instructions? Does the state have?
There's an interaction between Carly and her stepfather, and this is I don't want to use this term. Let me try to think of this is the red flag. This is the moment where people are questioning. It's right there. I just missed it. So we'll just listen to this and then we'll see it. Let me not speed it up. Well, let me speed it up till we get there.
Have a copy of the defense.
I'll just sit on the pause
All right.
button. It's right here. Let's slow it down. Let me go back. Not to this. Hold on. Oh, too much. All right, let's watch it.
Defense instructions. All right. C1, C2, C3, C4 will be given. Objections for the record by the state. By the defense.
That's it. That is the moment that there's a reason why this part is the most replayed. You see, it's right here. I'll tell you this. What I see in that moment is interesting. And here's why I think it's interesting, and not for the reasons that people think that it's interesting. What I saw is him tell her that he loved her, and she smiled back. I don't recall her. It doesn't appear like she says it back to him, which I think is probably sad. All right, let's watch it again. In fact, let's mute it so we don't get distracted by the sound, and we'll slow it down just so we can see if she says it back. All right, here we go. There you are. She does not say it back. And I think that actually speaks more to who Carly is than anything else. I don't think she gives a single solitary F about that man. I don't think she cares about I think she, yeah. I can see why people are like, huh. I think you have something that is something we don't see very often. Okay. If you take into consideration the time factor, all right, this trial took place in September of 2024. She killed his wife, her mother, and shot him March 19th of 2024. So that's April, May, June, July, August, September. That's 6 months later. That seems, on the face of it, such an incredible amount of time to have moved so much through the grief process that you're no longer angry. All I can say to that is he is a much better person than I am. I don't know that I could move through it that fast and get to the point where I don't know. I am fortunate enough. I only have biological children. I don't have any stepchildren. And I'm really trying to put myself in his shoes. And I think it goes without saying, but I will say it. I love my children, all of them, all 4 of them. But I think if one of them had done to their father what she did to her mother, and then also fired at me, of course I would still love them. They are my children. But I don't know that I think I might at 6 months still be angry at them. Now, does that not, I mean, would I go to court and would I testify the way he did? Yeah, I probably would, because they're my children. Okay. That part I understand. But I don't know if I could sit in the courtroom and be able to be that supportive. I just don't think I would be able to. I don't think he's wrong for it. I'm not, and I want to make this very, very, very clear. But it's come up, so we have to discuss it. And I'm just saying, I don't know that I could do that. I mean, you know, I'm not saying that there's anything inappropriate. There's been a question put out there that I think basically was this a plot between him and her? That's been one of the quote unquote questions. I think that is ridiculous. I think there's absolutely no evidence of that. Now, if this were a question that law enforcement had at the very beginning, then I wouldn't see such an issue with it, because that would be that, as messed up as it is, it does happen, it has happened, and that would be a reasonable question from a law enforcement standpoint. They don't live there, they don't know these people, they're coming up on this scene, they got to rule out everything. But I think this, you know, yeah, after the fact, no. I'm going to tell you what I think has happened. And I think I'm seeing it in the chat. I think that at the end of the day, she's got this guy hoodwinked. Hang on just 1 second. Okay. All right. Look, I had to be careful the words that I chose, because the little rabbits have big ears, and she was in here and I playing with the cat, and I didn't want to say this, but she's got this, the look on her face is like, she looks like the cat that ate the canary. She's like, yep, I fucking got him. He's completely fucking schnockered. He's completely fucking hoodwinked. I fooled him. She already knew she had her grandparents fooled. He was the bigger obstacle, I think. Okay. Hold on a second, you guys. All right. So that's what I think is going on here. I don't think that any negative connotation should be put on the stepfather. I think that it's all coming from her. I think that she worked on herself on her defense. Quite frankly, I think she thought about it. I think she's smart enough to recognize, I'm going to get in trouble for this. I'm not going to get away with this. But I can minimize where I'll be punished. And I think I think she probably put on a performance for him. That's what I think. All right. That's all I got for you guys today. We will come back and listen to closing arguments and the sentencing and all of that tomorrow morning. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it very, very much. If you haven't done so, give your girl a thumbs up, thumbs down, whichever one you feel I deserve. And I will see you guys tomorrow. All right. Y'all have a great rest of your afternoon.